Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and today we will be streaming DarkSpace again, and this time we'll be taking a much closer look at the factions than we have previously. Previously, we've only really looked at the ICC. I'll be going back and we'll look at the ICC again. Hopefully this time will be a little bit more clear and a little less disjointed compared to previous times. We'll look at the UGTO and we'll look at the Kaluth, and we'll kind of compare their ships and compare how the different factions play. So, when you get into the game, you'll hit the play and you'll get to choose these three options: ICC, Kaluth, and UGTO. We'll quickly take ICC, and as you can see here, there's information about it. Interstellar Cultural Confederation, fighting for planetary rights and freedom from oppression under the UGTO. Formerly composed of outlying UGTO colony worlds, the ICC has grown from a mutual defense pact to a major player across the metaverse. So they are, again, one of the factions. Not sure why they decided to make them the top of the list. Interesting, although it might be because yeah, it's just alphabetical. Anyway, so like we've seen before, this is the map. Everything in green is what the ICC holds right now. And then red is Kaluth and UGTO. There's no differential in the color. Would be kind of handy, but again, we're talking about a very old game. Okay, so again, like we did previously, we'll start at the bottom. You've got the scouts. Now, you've got the sensor scout. Just a scout ship, really. Very small. You've got your basic stuff, tachyon drive, which is the FTL drive. Everything's got that. You've got your ion drives, and this thing has two ECCMs, which are for detection. It's got shields. It's got auxiliary fusion reactors. Not every ship has auxiliary reactors. The fact, and especially for a Corvette, having an auxiliary reactor is nice. That'll help keep everything running without you having to shut down and recharge your capacitors. Composite armor and a weapon disruptor. It's armed with one pulse beam, which is technically you can use it in a direct combat scenario if you wanted to. As far as I'm aware, everybody just sets those things to point defense and lets them target fighters and missiles. They're not super powerful, they're very short range, but they have a really high cycle time, so it fires once every second. And then it carries 3 heavy railguns. Actually pretty heavy weaponry for a ship like that. 3 heavy railguns will, for a small ship like that, they will definitely leave a mark. Then you've got your recon scout. This is unlike the sensor. The sensor, what was it? Yes, Corvette. Unlike the sensor Corvette, the recon scout is more on stealth. It's got 6 ECMs. That is a lot of ECM. Yeah, what can I say? This thing is, you're going to make like a hole in space and hide. And you don't really have the weaponry to do anything other than that. You've got 2 pulse beams. That's it. You're hiding. You're trying to get eyes on the enemy and report back to your team what you see. Then you've got the stealth Corvette, which is, it's kind of funny because you've got the recon, which is 6 ECMs. It's got a scanner, I guess, that could potentially give you something to work with, but okay. The stealth Corvette is less ECMs. You've only got 2. You're not hiding as much as you are with the recon. The recon, probably one of the reasons it's got that 6 ECMs is to protect it from people using ECCM. So, but that's going to use up pretty much all your power. The stealth corvette has got 2 ECM, so it is stealthy, but it's not going to be anywhere near as stealthy as the recon, and it carries 6 fusion torpedoes. Unlike the recon one, this one is going to be stealthy, get up close to an opponent, fire the torpedoes. Of course, your stealth is going to kind of just go away at that point. Not that the ECM, unlike like a actual cloaking thing, isn't going to be hiding you or isn't going to be trying to hide you. It's just that your signature is going to start going up once you're using more power and you're firing weapons. That's just how it goes. And with only 2 ECMs, it would be, you're probably not going to hide. I have seen situations where the ships will stay hidden, but you have to kind of balance out your drive usage, your ECM usage, and your weapons usage. And if you're firing too quickly, yeah, you're not hiding. And if you're going too fast, because your speed also relates to how much of a signature you're making. So then you got your bomber corvette, and this is just straight up. We've got a single bomb bay, and you're going to bomb planets. Pretty much what she wrote. You've got 3 ECMs that'll help hide you. It's actually pretty good in that regard. The corvette has got not much health. It doesn't really have much shielding, and if it's not hiding, the planet's defense weaponry will probably just kill you before you do anything. Then you've got your customs corvette. This has got 3 ECCMs, and it's got 3 pulse beams. It's kind of a scout in that, well, it's an E-Wars scout. Its job is to detect things through ECM. So it's trying to burn other ships' ECM, reveal their location. Pulse beams, that's just point defense. You're really not fighting with those. This is purely there to act as an E-Wars vessel and help reveal the locations of ships trying to hide in ECM. Probably, I'm not really somebody who spends much time in the corvettes, but I would suspect, given the frigates, I've spent a bunch of time in frigates, given their energy output, I'm going to say probably you're using up all your energy just running those 3 ECMs, or sorry, ECCMs. So actually fighting is kind of out of the question anyway. Then you've got your frigates. Now, something I will note, this is a new account. I made a new account so that I could look at the other 3 factions, because my main account is in a fleet. And when you're in a fleet, which is kind of like a guild or a clan or something like that in other games, when you're in a fleet, you can't change factions. So for this dive into them, into the other factions, I'm using this account. That's why a lot of the ships that my other account would have as available are not available. I'm not a high enough rank on this account to use all the ships, but we'll take a look at them quickly all the same. So you've got the patrol frigate. This is a I mean, the description says a light gunship, and that's a good way to describe it. It's kind of an all-purpose ship in a way. Well, or a general purpose combat ship, I would say, for the lower ranks. It's got 2 heavy railguns and 2 railguns, just regular railguns, and it has 2 ECCMs. So it's not as much as the Corvette with the 3, but 2 ECCMs should still allow you to help reveal people trying to hide, or other ships trying to hide in ECM. There's not much to say about that other than that you're going to be relying heavily on your speed and maneuverability to not get hit. You do not have a lot of armor or shields. You got 3 armor, 3 different armor sections, and you've got 4 active shields. Well, pretty much everything has 4 active shields. But yeah, you're not a tank. Your biggest point is to have high speed, you maneuver and you plink at things with your rail guns, or if you want to, you can swap them out with Gauss guns or variance autocannons. But if you're swapping them out for variance autocannons, you're going to be fighting at much shorter ranges, and you could potentially end up getting hit a lot more that way. So it's a balance you have to choose from. Your torpedo frigate. This is, I believe this is the only frigate, I could be wrong, sorry, midshipman. This is a midshipman ship. Let's see, I forgot to check. Yeah, patrol frigate is an ensign. So this is, when you start the game, you can start using this ship, but this is the only one you can start using. It's got 2 ECMs, so it can hide itself. But again, once it starts engaging in combat, it kind of goes away. And it's probably, you'll have to make the decision when you're using it what you want to do. You can try and continue to use the ECM while you're fighting to try and keep your signature down and hope that the enemy kind of leaves you alone, and maybe won't notice you because they're working on other things. But I would say that if you are not staying stealthy, and you'll know because there'll be like a little icon of an eye down here, and if that isn't lit up, then that means you're detected. If you're not staying stealthy, it's probably better to just shut your ECMs off and focus on the direct combat. As the fusion torpedoes, you got 8 of them. That's a lot. That's going to give this ship a nice punch. But fusion torpedoes use up power, a lot of it. And so if you're running ECM and you're like rapid firing your torpedoes, you're probably going to burn through your energy reserves very quickly. And then you'll have to disengage, kind of lay low for a bit, let your energy reserves build back up again before you can then go back out and engage. Then you've got the Lance frigate. Now the Lance frigate is, well, it's definitely close range. You've got 7 chemical beam lasers. Now, I believe I said in the very first stream that this is kind of a point defense boat, but it's not really. Chemical beam lasers are really not point defense weapons. I don't think they can't be turned on as point defense. Pretty much only the pulse beams can be done with that. You could try manually targeting fighters and missiles with them, but that's not going to really work very well, unless you've got ungodly reflexes, and you can start clicking on the different missile and fighter icons in rapid succession. But also, their chemical beams rate of fire is going to be much. The cycling time is going to be longer than the pulse beams. So this is going to be a ship that you get up close and attack the enemy with your chemical beam lasers. It's a short range knife fighting vessel. Personally, myself, I would say just take the torpedo frigate. But the lasers do work. The advantage to the lasers is they're really not gonna miss. You get within into range of the lasers and fire your lasers, they will hit the target every time. Things like rail guns or Gauss guns or torpedoes or Sabo rockets can be dodged. If you're in range of the lasers, you really can't dodge them. So then you've got the bomber frigate. Again, this is just a bigger version of that bomber corvette. It's got 2 ECMs to try and help you hide. You've got 2 bombs now instead of 1. So you've got more firepower that you can carry with you, and you're just going to try and not be a target and bomb the planet. That's pretty much all you can do. Again, it doesn't have a lot of health and shields. You're not going to be tanking planetary defense fire for a long period of time, so your best bet is to try and hide yourself. Oh, sorry. Then you've got your missile frigate. As the name implies, it fires missiles. You got 7 missile racks or pods, or I'm not really sure exactly how they're supposed to be. The missiles in this game fire like VLS, so I'd say you probably got 6 VLS cells, sort of. But yeah, cells is probably a good way to put it. They fire very much like VLS cells. So you've got 6 cells, and those will have a certain number of missiles in them. You got, again, 2 ECMs, so it can be relatively stealthy. And again, the biggest defense of things like corvettes and frigates is just not being hit. Frigates can take a hit on a little more than the corvettes, but you're really trying not to take hits. Then you've got the mine-laying frigates. It's got 3 mine racks, and it's got 2 ECCMs. It's, again, not really a it's not really a direct combat ship. This is more of a support role, aerial denial. You could try deploying the mines during combat. I've never really seen it done. Well, I take that back. I have seen it done, but I've only seen the AI do it. With, I'm not even going to say mixed results. The AI doesn't really do a good job of it. The mines get spotted and taken out by point defense. So also that ECCM should help you reveal mine locations as well. So I guess you could also be, well, you don't have enough pulse beams for me to call you a mine sweeper, but you might be able to like reveal their locations. Then you've got the sensor frigate. So much like the Corvette variant, this thing, you make a hole in space with 6 ECCMs, so very, very stealthy. I believe 6 ECCMs is the most any ship has, at least in the ICC. You get 1 pulse beam. That's pretty much standard. I think every ship's got at least 1 pulse beam. Then you've got 2 heavy Gauss guns and a single Gauss gun. Gauss guns have got a longer range but lower rate of fire than the railguns, so if you're going to engage in combat, the idea is you go dark and you just plink at things at long range. I mean, the description says medium range. I'm not sure if I would necessarily say that. Gauss guns are some of the longest range weapons in the game, only outranged by maybe some of the missile types. However, your chances of hitting with the Gauss gun at the longer ranges, depending on the how much your target is maneuvering, is probably much less. So you can reach out far, but your chances of hitting are probably much lower, especially if it's a small maneuvering target. If it's a larger ship like a dreadnought, your chances of hitting are well, not probably, they are a lot higher. Then you've got your assault frigate. Pretty standard here. You don't have any ECM or ECCM, but what you do have is you've got a heavy beam laser, you've got a chemical beam laser, and 6 fusion torpedoes. So this is going to be a close range knife fighting ship. Not much other said than that. If you like getting up close and punching things with the torpedoes, which do give a ship the ability to punch a little bit above its weight, other than being a direct gun ship. So yeah, you're gonna, I guess maybe this would be a ship for you. It kind of depends. I can't say it's necessarily my playstyle. I prefer cruisers. That's just how I like to play. But if you like fast, nimble ships, not a bad choice. Fusion torpedoes are always a good weapon. Let's see. Then you've got the standoff frigate. This has got 2 ECMs, so a bit stealthy. It's got 2 mines, and it's got 6 ion tracker missiles. This, I should also be pointing out, this is a second rear admiral, so you're not getting this until much later in the game. I really should be paying attention to the ranks. Sorry, we'll go back and take a look at those quick. So unlike the mine, just a regular mine layer, this can drop mines, it can fire missiles, a little bit more versatile. Sorry, we'll take a look at this. Patrol frigate was an ensign, so that's your second rank. Midshipman for the torpedo, that's the first rank you start with. Ensign for the Lancer. Bomber is also an ensign, so the second rank. Missile frigate is a midshipman. Really? Oh, sorry. It's a midshipman. You're not going to get it right away as a midshipman because your badge is a bronze navigator. You get that for after doing a certain number of FTL jumps. You're probably not going to have bronze navigator before you get to another rank. I think that might be a holdover from an earlier point in this game's lifespan when ranking up took longer, but it doesn't take as long now. So you'll probably hit ensign within the first 15 minutes of the game. It's really easy to get to ensign. Your mine layer frigate is an ensign with bronze combat and bronze support. Again, you will get to ensign and beyond ensign before you get either two of those badges. Your sensor frigate is a commander. Your assault frigate is also a commander. Oh, sensor frigate. Nope, no badges for that one. Assault frigate has got gold navigator and silver combat. Your standoff frigate is a second rear admiral with a gold navigator, silver combat, bronze support. Then we go to the assault bomber. This is, well, you go down to one bomb, but you have 6 fusion torpedoes, and that will allow you to bomb and also fight if something tries to come and kill you while you're bombing. But you are going to take a penalty in your bomb load, which some targets take a lot of bombs to kill, and you may have to go back for to resupply quite often with that ship. So it's a trade-off. Do you want to be able to fight if something tries to come and kill you and not have to necessarily run away like a regular bomber, or do you want to carry more bombs and have to run away? Again, one of those balances you just have to make. Your line frigate is a captain and silver combat. This carries 5 ion missile cells. Not bad. You know, you're giving up 1 cell, I believe. Where was that? Yeah, the missile frigate's got 6. So for the line frigate, you're giving up 1 cell and you're gaining 3 heavy Gauss guns. Pretty decent trade. Badges silver combat, so it'll take you. It depends on how, well, I'm not sure. It's been a while since I went up through those ranks. The amount of XP you need to get to those ranks has changed. You don't need as much. Or they give you more now. I don't remember which way they went with that. Technically, I think it's you earn more now than you used to for doing things. That's how they sped it up. I'm not sure if you'll get silver combat by the time you get to captain or not. But combat's one of the easier badges to get, so it's possible. Then you've got your saber frigate. This is a captain, bronze bomber, silver support, and this has got 2 chemical beam lasers, a heavy beam laser, and 4 pulse beams. Quite a bit of pulse beams there. That's actually kind of nice. You can also swap pulse beams out for there's a heavier version of the pulse beam, which has got a little bit longer range, but it's got a longer cycle time, so not as quick at taking out incoming missiles. But it does engage further out. It's a little more useful against fighters than the standard pulse beam because it's got that longer range, and fighters tend to engage you a little outside the regular pulse beam's range. This is a captain, bronze bomber, silver support. I'm a little surprised you need the bronze bomber for it because it doesn't carry bombs. But I guess. But like it says here, point defense lasers to protect itself and others from fighters or missiles. It's kind of a point defense. You know what? Now that I think about it, well, I can't really do that. Do I have... Yeah, while I'm talking about it, and I cannot remember 100% certainty, we're going to spawn this ship. Chemical beam lasers, 140. Or pulse beam, 150. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, your damage on the chemical beams is a lot higher, but your cycle time, well, recharge time is 4.8 seconds. But they are pretty high damage. You can see their damage from 2,880 to 4,800. But they cannot be swapped out with other lasers. There isn't anything else you can swap it out in that spot. Unlike the pulse, which you can swap out for a amplified pulse. Let's see, and I don't think... Yes, you cannot set chemical beam lasers to point defense. So if you're trying to use chemical beam lasers to shoot down incoming missiles or fighters, you're going to have to manually target those yourself. That's exactly what I thought. Okay, shipyard. Oh, there it is. Yes. All right. I was correct on my assessment on that. You do have to manually target with those, which not the easiest thing to do. So yeah, the Saber, not sure. You might be able to set the heavy beam laser, but I can't pull the ship to test. Again, I don't typically man the heavy laser ships, but with 4 pulse beams, that will give you some decent point defense with those. Probably what I would end up doing if I was going to run the ship would be to run 2 pulse beams and 2 of the amplified pulse beams. So you get the longer range with the 2 amplified pulse beams, but you're still not completely losing your rate of fire because you still got 2 regular pulse beams. Let's see, and this was a captain, yeah, bronze bomber, and so on. Then you've got your sniper frigate. This is a fleet admiral ship, so that's going to take you quite a while to get to. Gold navigator, gold engineer, gold transport, and gold bomber. Gold support and platinum combat. So yeah, it takes a bit to get into this ship. It's got 5 ECMs, so very stealthy. It's got 5 anti-radiation missiles and 3 Gauss guns. So it's actually a bit more like, yeah, it's like the line frigate. It's just it's got different missile set than the line frigate, and it's got more ECMs. So it's a lot stealthier than the line frigate. It's got a different missile set, and yeah, I haven't used it myself personally, so I really don't know its pros and cons in actual use. But if you want to be able to, I guess you could almost call it submarine type warfare, just you're going to go dark and you're just going to pop missiles and Gauss gunfire at something from long range, and they're not going to be able to tell where you're well, they will be able to tell where the weapon's fire is coming from because they can just look and watch it and kind of look where it's coming from, but they're not going to be able to target you unless they either manually target you by trying to pick a point in space and firing weapons at it, or they're going to have to burn through your ECM to try and reveal your position, pretty much. And with 5 ECM, this is, well, not the stealthiest ship in the game for the ICC. It's pretty close. The most ECM, like I said, that I've seen on an ICC ship is 6. There's other things you can do to make it stealthier too. You can take out the... You can swap out the regular shields for like stealth shields. They'll have less ability to stop weapons fire, but they'll help make you stealthier. Things like that. Then we've got the destroyer. You've got the bomber destroyer at first lieutenant and bronze bomber. Should be fairly easy to get. You got 3 MERV bombs this time, 2 chemical beam lasers, so you can kind of shoot back at things, but not really. If somebody tries to stop you from your bombing runs on a planet, your best bet is to probably just run. You got 2 pulse beams. Then you got your patrol destroyer, so you've got 4 rail guns, 3 heavy rail guns, chemical beam lasers of 2, and amplified pulse beams come standard on it. So a decent ship, but you're not taking on big ships with this. This is more of a screening ship. You're going to try and screen the bigger ships in your fleet from the smaller attack ships that are going to be trying to get at them, that are harder for the big ships to engage, simply because they're faster, more maneuverable than the big ships, and can get out into an advantageous position. So you're there to stop that from happening. And that's a second lieutenant. You'll be able to get that ship pretty quickly. Your torpedo destroyer is a first lieutenant, and yeah, it's what to be said. A torpedo ship is... I don't want to say a torpedo ship is just a torpedo ship. Torpedo boats are very valuable craft, but there's only so many times I can go over it. Fusion torpedoes, 8 of them. Variance torpedo. I should point out, variance torpedo does make this thing interesting. So it's a first lieutenant, so you can get it pretty quickly. However, you need bronze navigator and silver combat. That'll take you a little longer to do. The thing about this, it does, I should point out, make it a little bit more unique than your standard torpedo boats, is that it carries a variance torpedo. Variance torpedoes are the most powerful torpedo that the ICC has. It's a little bit longer range than a fusion torpedo and a lot more powerful. So when it comes to smacking larger warships, this one will actually be very effective at it, especially with that variance torpedo. It's chemical beam lasers of 2, so much like the patrol destroyer. Again, since you can't set those to point defense and they're a shorter range than your amplified pulse beams, or regular pulse beams for that matter, you're probably only going to be using them at literal knife fighting ranges. Something is right up next to you and you'll use that to try and burn them. But other than that, you're not going to have much use for that. Missile destroyer. This is a lieutenant commander, silver navigator, silver combat. You've got chemical beam lasers 2, anti-radar missiles 8, and pulse beams 2. Pretty standard there for the pulse beams. So this is, as you can tell, a missile boat with chemical beam lasers for that direct, so that really up close and personal fighting if it's necessary. But with 2, you're not going to be using it against larger ships. That's something you'd be using against smaller ships, because it's just not going to burn through their defenses quick enough. You've got no ECM on this ship and no ECCM, so you're not hiding with this one. When you start firing off your missiles, everybody's going to be able to see you. The question is whether or not they're going to be in range to engage you. And you're pretty much, well, you're a missile destroyer. You're a dedicated missile boat. The point of your existence is to stay as far away from your opponent as possible and lob missiles at them. The caveat to that is the AI. The AI will use missile boats in a point blank fight. Again, AI is not that smart, so you'll often, if you're fighting AI a lot, you'll often find yourself in a situation where you're point blank range with the enemy missile boat and they're having trouble engaging you, and you can rip them apart. Similar to the thing with the AI and carriers, the AI will often have carriers in a point blank range fight and not really be able to engage you directly. And it makes it a lot easier to kill them. But as a player, missile destroyer, definitely a decent choice. Just kind of sit out there at range and lob the missiles at them. Run your tubes dry, go back, resupply, rinse and repeat. I should point out, though, now that I think about it, missiles are not necessarily a guaranteed hit, though. They can be intercepted with point defense weapons, and they can be dodged. It is possible to dodge missiles. So your hit rate's not going to be 100%. But again, your tactic is going to be sit at long range, throw the missiles at the target, and then rearm, or have a supply ship come out and rearm you. It's not exactly glamorous, but hey, it's definitely a good ship. Eight missiles is, or 8 missile slots is quite a few missiles there to be throwing around at this rank of a lieutenant commander. Interceptor destroyer, chemical beam laser 7, heavy beam laser 1, and pulse beams 2. So this is a point blank ship to engage at those knife fighting ranges. The description says ideal for engaging other destroyers. This is probably me being a long-time ICC player. I don't like engaging other ships at that 140 GUs that that the chemical beam lasers are set to. I don't like getting that close. But if you are somebody who likes to do that really close combat, then this is definitely a ship for you. I personally am not that player, and so I don't do it a lot. The ICC also does not excel at the point blank knife fighting ranges. They have shields which do help them in combat quite a bit, especially when you start cycling the shields, but their armor is not as strong as the other two factions, so it can be tricky for the ICC to hang in there for a long period of time in a close range fight. But the option is there, and sometimes it is needed. I'm just not sure if I necessarily agree with the description of fighting other destroyers at that close range. What I personally would say this would be ideal for would be fighting the frigates and the corvettes at close range, because those have got less armor and shielding. Well, you're not going to be fighting ICC with an ICC ship, so shields is not necessarily something you have to worry about if you're playing ICC, but this would be a little bit better for burning through those frigates and those corvettes armor. So I would personally go for the frigates and corvettes, but you might, you're a destroyer. If they're engaged, you're not going to necessarily be able to run them down, but if they're engaging, then, you know, again, you'll have to find your playstyle. Different people play different ways, and that's, yeah, Bronze Navigator, Bronze Combat. Then you've got your Escort Destroyer. This is a Lieutenant Commander, Bronze Navigator, Bronze Support. It's got 4 beam lasers, 2 chemical beam lasers. This class specific, well, this hull type always seems to have 2 chemical beam lasers. I don't know. See, there is lore for this game. Although some of it seems to have disappeared. There used to be a lot more of it on the website. It doesn't seem to be, either it got taken off or the website got updated and it got shoved into a closed back room someplace. I don't know. I feel like I did at some point read lore for this specific hull type, and I believe, if I remember correctly, this is an older hull. So you've got, let's see if fine. Yeah, you've got like this hull. This is, if I remember correctly, and it's been a long time, and I haven't been able to find this information again. Maybe it's someplace that I'm just not looking in the right places, but I believe this hull type was an older hull type, and then they came out with this hull type, and this is a much newer, more advanced hull than this one. I don't. I can't say that with 100% certainty, but I feel like I remember reading that at some point back in like 2011, 2012. But the escort destroyer has got 3 amplified pulse beams, 2 chemical beam lasers, and 4 pulse beams. So this thing is definitely a escort. Its direct combat capabilities is really only those 2 pulse beam or the chemical beam lasers, and then it's got just a lot of the pulse beams, and the pulse beams are your point defense. You're really not using those for direct combat because they just don't have enough damage output to be useful in that role, but they will swat fighters and missiles very quickly. So yeah, unfortunately, because of the low number of players currently playing the game, this ship is not going to have as big of a role as it would have had back in the day. Back in the day when you had, fleets of players going out, or squadrons of players, you'd have like a group of like 6 people going out, or you'd see groups of like 10 or 12 or even more than that. Then this ship had more of a role, but due to the low numbers of players on at any given time, usually some of the larger numbers that you'll see at one time right now, though I'd like to see that change, is, sometimes you'll see 3, 4, 5 maybe if you're lucky. So this ship, if you had 5 people all online at the same time, all working together, then this ship might get pulled out, maybe. But then again, against the AI, it's not as useful because of the way the AI fights. But if it was if you were fighting a larger fleet engagement between players, and one side was trying to use missiles a lot, or carriers, this would be a very useful ship to have screening the larger ships. But as the game stands right now with the player counts, I would have a hard time justifying pulling this ship out, unfortunately, because the role of a point defense ship is an important role. It's just, unfortunately, where the game stands with the player count right now, this one just is probably going to sit in the hangar a lot. Your combat destroyer, say kind of your general purpose combat. It's in the name, combat destroyer. It's a 2nd rear admiral and bronze bomber. Really, bronze bomber? Why bronze bomber? Sometimes I don't know why they choose the badges they choose. 2nd rear admiral, it's going to take a while to get to this thing though. But it's got 2 amplified pulse beams, it's got 3 heavy railguns, 1 railgun, 2 chemical beam lasers. A little unusual to see on this hull type, but it has them, and 10 fusion torpedoes. That's actually quite a few torpedoes. It's pretty much a general combat ship. Actually, I should check. No, it does not. Alright, I wondered if it had ECCM on that, but it doesn't. And it doesn't have ECM either, although I'm not surprised about it not having ECM. The combat destroyer also does not have any ECM or ECCM. But yeah, so with the 3 heavy rail guns and then the single rail gun, it's got your medium range engagement. Swap those out to Gauss guns, and it's a little longer range engagement with those. And then you've got your fusion torpedoes for your closer range fights. So it's it can slot itself into whatever ranged or can slot itself into like the close range or the medium to long range combat if it needs to. But it's going to excel more at the close range because of those 10 torpedoes. That's quite a bit of firepower. So your heaviest firepower, where you can do the most damage, is going to be taking place at those closer ranges. Max range of the fusion torpedoes unmodified is 600 GU. GU galactic units. They don't use kilometers or yards or anything like that in the game. They use GU as the unit of measurement, which kind of makes sense. That way, despite the distances not looking super vast in the game, it does kind of fit with the narrative of it being a space combat game. It would seem a little odd if you're, fighting in space at 1,000 kilometers. It's like, oh, that's a bit weird. So, as far as I'm aware, GU, I don't think GU translates to kilometers. I think GU is a lot longer than a kilometer. But again, it's an old game. Scale is a bit odd. If GU is longer than a kilometer, then it's very probable the ships are huge, but I don't think they are. From the looks of the designs and stuff, I think they're actually fairly small when it comes to sci-fi designs. I would be surprised if these things are much bigger than real ocean-going ships. You can kind of see the windows on the bridge design there. The dreadnoughts might get bigger than ocean-going ships, but for example, the destroyers, I don't think a destroyer is bigger than an Iowa-class battleship by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, do they have the tonnage listed? No, they do not. I thought I saw at one point, again, long time ago, that there was information on like tonnage and stuff like that. I feel like I remember seeing way back in the day a size chart, but again, that was a long time ago, and some of that information is harder to dig up these days than it used to be. Then you got the command destroyer. Let's see, your second rear admiral, badges bronze, transport silver bomber. Interesting about the transport. Again, no ECM or ECCM. You've got chemical beam lasers of 4. You've got 2 MIRV bombs. Those can be swapped out for other things. You've got 7 tracker ion tracker missiles and 2 pulse beams. So, an interesting mix of weaponry. You can bomb a planet. You can shoot at something at point blank, or point blank's not quite the right term, but knife fighting ranges with your chemical beam lasers, and you've also got the ion tracking missiles for longer range. So you've got a bunch of things you can do with it, but you're not going to be the master of any of those. You're not going to be the best close range knife fighting ship. You're not going to be the best long range missile ship. And you're not even going to be the best bomber in this category, because, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, the destroyer bomber has got 3. That's what I thought. So, kind of a... It's not even a jack of all trades. It's a jack of some trades. I'm going to be a master of none of those. Not sure how I feel about that. Again, if you decide to do the bombing mission with it against a planet, you do have the weaponry a little bit better to defend yourself than if you're a bomber. But with those missiles, you're not going to be engaging at close ranges, and when somebody tries to stop you from bombing a planet, they're probably going to be fighting you at close range. I don't typically see combat against bombers happening at like long range, partly because when you're that close to the planet, when you're close to a planet bombing it, you're usually flying in circles around it, which means if somebody tries to engage you with missiles, yes, missiles can arc up and over planets, but if you go behind the planet, it still makes you a lot harder to target. So usually people just jump in and engage you in the close orbit of the planet. So, and at those ranges, the missiles are not going to be super useful. It says here adapted hit and fade strikes. I'm not sure how I feel about that description, considering it doesn't carry any ECM. If it carried ECM, I'd say, okay, yeah, hit and fade strikes, that makes sense. But it doesn't have any ECM. I suppose you could swap the shields out for the stealth shields, which are kind of like ECM shields, but that doesn't feel like the right way to do it. Yeah, especially at a second rear admiral, bronze transport, silver bomber, I feel there's better stuff to take than this one. Sorry, let's see. Then you've got your line destroyer. They say long-range gunship and high-velocity combination of high-velocity cannons and long-range missiles. So you've got heavy railguns 3, ion tracker missiles 6, railguns 2, chemical beam lasers 2. Interesting. With the ion trackers, I'd probably swap those heavy railguns out for Gauss guns, but I get the point. First rear admiral, gold navigator, gold combat. So this is another one of those ships. It's going to take a while to get into it, and probably it's only going to be used by people who really like the destroyer gameplay, who like the speed and maneuverability of the destroyer, and just it's not going to necessarily because it is more of a got more options for you to use than your standard lower level destroyers, but it's probably by the time you get to this rank there's other larger, more powerful ships that you've unlocked, so it's probably only going to be used by people who really like the destroyer gameplay and the way destroyers handle. Then you've got the Cutlass destroyer at Vice Admiral, gold combat. This has got 2 pulse beams, 10 Sabo rockets, ion tracker missile 6, and chemical beam lasers 2. Interesting combination of having the Sabo rockets and the missiles. Sabo rockets, they're kind of like torpedoes. They're not guided, just like torpedoes aren't guided. They do less damage than torpedoes, and they don't have the blast radius that torpedoes have, but they've got a longer range than torpedoes do, and they're more of a kinetic damage. They're kind of a high velocity kinetic weapon, unlike the torpedoes, which have actually got an explosive warhead. So they're kind of interesting, and unlike a torpedo launcher where a torpedo fires 1 torpedo per shot, the Sabo rockets actually fire multiple rockets per volley. So that can change up their damage output compared to the torpedoes. It might actually make their damage output more on par with the torpedoes, but I've never really thought about it. I never really went through and counted how many rockets and then did the math for the amount of damage that they're supposed to do and then compared it to the torpedoes. But that could potentially make them damage-wise closer to the torpedo when you take into consideration they fire multiple shots per volley, unlike the torpedoes, which is 1 torpedo per shot. Again, also similar. I should actually mention that torpedoes, for example, you fire them, 1 torpedo goes out per tube. You fire missiles. There's multiple missiles in a volley. Actually, take that back. It depends on the missile launcher. Gauss guns are going to fire multiple times per firing. Railguns are going to fire multiple times per firing. Variance autocannons are going to fire multiple times per firing. They're not going to use up more than their listed amount of ammo per firing. So you fire and it'll tick off one ammo counter, but it'll be multiple bolts that go out, projectiles that go out, not just one. And then also, let's see, but of course lasers are just a single laser beam and they'll continue to do damage as long as they're on the target. Okay, now that I've gone down that rabbit hole, you got your mine-laying destroyer, again on the older hull. You got 3 mines, you got 2 amplified pulse beams, 2 chemical lasers, and 12 fusion torpedoes. So unlike the some of the other smaller mine layers, this one can actually fight. 12 fusion torpedoes actually allows this thing to fight quite well at the closer ranges. First Rear Admiral and Bronze support for that one. Again, it's going to take a little while to get into that ship. And then you've got the Arrowhead Destroyer, Vice Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat. Actually, I didn't check. Nope, it does not have ECM or ECCM. The Arrowhead has 1 heavy beam laser, 2 railguns, 3 heavy railguns, chemical beam lasers of 6, and amplified beam lasers of 2. I don't know where I would slot this thing. Again, it's more for those higher level players that enjoy the destroyer gameplay. It's got a bit more punch. It's an interesting build because you've got those 6 chemical beam lasers, so you can definitely fight ships at... Again, I wouldn't fighting a destroyer, maybe fighting frigates and corvettes, definitely with those 6 beam lasers at knife fighting ranges. The heavy railgun gives you, and the railgun gives you some range. By the way, heavy railgun and railgun, the only difference between those, and also same thing with the heavy Gauss gun and the Gauss gun, the range on those are going to be the same. The only difference between the heavy and the regular is the amount of damage they do. So that gives you some range. Then you get the heavy beam laser. Yeah, I would say this is probably more of a screening ship for stopping destroyers, frigates, and corvettes from harassing the cruisers and the dreadnoughts. And then you've got the Rapid Assault Destroyer. This is a Grand Admiral, so it's going to take a while to get to that, definitely. Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Bomber, Platinum Navigator, Platinum Combat. Yeah, no ECM or ECCM. You've got 2 pulse beams. This comes standard with the heavy Valiant's autocannons. The Valiant's autocannons are kind of an energy-based cannon. They don't require ammo like the railgun and Gauss gun do, but their rate of fire is much higher, but their range is a lot shorter. Then you got your fusion torpedoes of 8, chemical beam lasers of 2, and heavy beam lasers of 2. This says experimental medium attack ship. I personally would not call it a medium range attack ship. I would call this thing a close range attack ship. Not as close a range knife fighter as something that's heavy on the chemical beam lasers, but your engagement range with this build, where your combat is mostly going to take place, is between, well, point blank and 600 GU. That's partly defined by the fusion torpedoes. The fusion torpedoes max range is 600 GU, and that's your heaviest, that's your most powerful weapon on this ship. So you're going to be fighting between point blank range and 600 GU. Considering that Gauss guns go out to 1500 GU, I'm not sure I would call this medium, but that is what the description calls it. So again, though, given how long it's going to take to get into this ship, having to get to the rank of Grand Admiral and getting all those badges unlocked, This is going to, again, be for those players that really enjoy the speed, maneuverability of destroyers and the way they handle. It's not going to be something you typically see very often. Then you've got your cruisers. You've got the light cruiser, which is kind of the workhorse of the cruiser line. You get this thing at Lieutenant Commander. This is a very simple ship. You've got a narrowband ECCM as standard. You've got 3 pulse beams and 6 heavy rail guns. This is a very direct ship. Nothing fancy. This is the workhorse, kind of the workhorse, or would be the workhorse of the ICC fleet, if it still had the player count or active player count that it had back in the day. This thing has got, how would I describe this thing? It's not flashy, but it gets the job done. It's got 6 heavy railguns. That's quite a bit of damage, or you can swap those for Gauss guns or variance autocannons, depending on your playstyle. Variance autocannons if you like to get up close and personal. Heavy railguns if you like that more medium range, higher rate of fire. And then the Gauss guns if you like that longer range, slightly slower rate of fire. But definitely more alpha damage on the Gauss guns than the railguns. Railguns have got more overtime DPS. Gauss guns have got more initial alpha. So it can fit at least 3 different types of playstyles on its weaponry. It's got decent speed, good maneuverability. It's got plenty of health. That ECCM allows it, gives it some ability to detect stealth ships. Like I said, it's a workhorse. It's not flashy. It's not sexy, but it gets the work done. It clocks in. It clocks in at the beginning of the day, and clocks out at the end of the day. It is the workhorse of the fleet, or would be, like I said, if you had the player count that it used to have. You've got the Tempest cruiser with 12 fusion torpedoes and 3 pulse beams. It's got a narrowband ECCM. Yeah, this is going to be your close range torpedo ship. Not much more said about that. It's going to get in there. It's going to smack things in the face with torpedoes. They're going to take a nice amount of damage, and it'll just keep doing that until it kills them. Again, I don't want to say a torpedo ship is a torpedo ship, but I mean that's kind of what it is. It's a big torpedo boat because it's a cruiser. So the thing about this one compared to the ones that we've talked about before, it's got more health and shielding than they do because it's a bigger ship. So it can stay in a close-in fight a lot longer. Like I said, the range of the fusion torpedoes is 600 GU. That is in range of pretty much any weapon that is not a laser-based weaponry. So yeah, you're going to be taking damage at 600 GU at least. Well, it's possible. It's definitely possible to dodge torpedoes at 600 GU. They're not super high velocity weapons, but you're not dodging rail. You're not, possibly, depending on what you're heading and whether or not you turn when somebody fires your weapons. But for the most part, you're not dodging railgun or Gauss gun fire at 600 GU. You're probably taking that damage. So yeah, this essentially lets you fight in that close-in fight with the torpedoes and hang in there longer than the other ships would. And of course, you've got 12 of them, so you're hitting a lot harder than you typically see in these classes. As a captain, no badges needed. You've got your stealth cruiser at Vice Admiral, silver navigator, silver combat, bronze support. You've got 3 pulse beams and 7 radar anti-radar missiles, and you've got 6 ECCMs. This one's specifically local ECCMs. There's different types of ECCM that you can swap out on the ships when you're fitting it out. Local might be specifically for your ship. There's definitely some ECMs out there that allow you to actually create an ECM field that helps hide the fleet. Local, let me double check here quick. Yeah, so that's just regular ECM. I think, again, I can't pull it to double check, but at some point I'll have to. I think local ECM means that your ECM pretty much just applies to you. You're not creating a larger ECM field like you would with some of these other ships. Yeah, so for example, the recon scouts, this is something, it's a good thing I'm coming back to it because of this rabbit hole. The recon, it doesn't have any weaponry. I forgot to mention that because of those 6 ECMs, it has another role that it can fill, and that is kind of as a stealth blanket for a fleet. If you have a group of ships or all flying in a close formation near this ship, its ECC, or sorry, not ECCM, its ECM can be applied to the ships around it, providing they stay within its field of influence. This is extremely handy for certain missions where you're trying to sneak up on an opponent. And it's another role, the support role that this ship can provide. I forgot to mention that earlier on. I apologize about that, but that's regular ECM. The cruiser, or specifically the stealth cruiser, has got 6 local ECM. I don't believe this ship can apply its ECM to other ships around it, but I could be wrong about that. Actually, hold on. Again, if I pull the ship, I might be able to check. Let us look. Instead of me speculating, let's take a look. Okay, so we've got ECM. Again, you can actually refit things with a lot of stuff. If you've got a ship with a lot of ECM, there's a very good chance you'll probably be able to refit it with the ECCM if you wish. ECM array sacrifices raw power to achieve much greater range. Yeah, so this one would allow you to have people wouldn't have to be as close to you, but this ship cannot get local ECM. So that is interesting. So I'm still not sure what the difference is with the local. I really suspect that it probably just affects the ship that has it and not ships around it like the regular ECM says, nearby friendly ships. But this one does, and it's very valuable for that regard when you're trying to do a mission that's more stealthy. Also, I should specify, because I'm using that terminology, it's not missions. You don't like accept missions like you would in a lot of games. When I say missions, it'd be something that you and your friends are decided to do. That's what I mean by missions. There's nothing like giving you missions that you can accept or turn in or stuff like that in this game. This game doesn't quite work like that. All right, let's dock this thing. All right, where's that? There it is. And like I've mentioned before, do not double click this because that will delete the shipyard, and that is a very bad thing. You want this one, use a structure. So either control U or clicking it twice. All right, now back to where we were after that little detour. Then you've got the Storm Cruiser with 3 pulse beams, heavy beam lasers 3, and chemical beam lasers 4. Again, a close-in knife fighting ship. Not much to say about that, other than it's a cruiser, so unlike some of the other ones we've talked about before, it's got more health and shielding to stay in that close-in fight longer. Again, though, it is not something the ICC specializes in. ICC specializes more in the medium to long-range engagements rather than the close-in knife-fighting engagements. Let's see, you got the auxiliary cruiser with 3 pulse beams and 5 mine launchers. It's... Again, this is more of a support ship. You're not... I mean, I know the description says you can engage in direct combat. I probably wouldn't try to do that. Also, the mines are not like contact mines, like you think in a naval, like World War II setting. The mines lay dormant, and then when a ship gets close enough, they will act kind of like a missile and fly, or a magnetic mine, and fly towards you, try and hit you. Also, this game, like I've said in the past, it doesn't really have the up and down aspects that you typically see in space, unless a ship is trying to move over or under an object. Larger ships will push smaller ships up, and smaller ships, if they're trying to fly through is not quite the right word, but if the larger ship is in the way, smaller ships will kind of move up and over them to a degree. Sometimes it doesn't happen. I don't think cruisers, I think cruisers and dreadnoughts will just fly through each other. Again, it's an old game from 2001. It doesn't have quite all the bells and whistles you'd expect from a game today. But, so yeah, minefields can work. Again, I personally would have a hard time justify pulling one of these things out now, unless the player number started to increase on the servers, or the number at any given time. I'm trying to think of the terminology for that, but I'm drawing a blank. All right. Did I look? Sorry if I forgot. Okay, so Storm Cruiser is Captain, badge is Gold Combat. The Auxiliary is Lieutenant Commander, Silver Navigator, Bronze Combat, Bronze Support. Then you've got your Missile Cruiser. Again, it's a missile boat, 10 anti-radar missiles. Again, you'll be able to swap those out for other different types of missiles. Maybe at one point we will... not this stream, Lord knows this is going on pretty long on the ICC, going through their ships, and we've still got the other 2 factions to go through. So we'll take a look at in another stream more closely at the different weapons types that you can potentially refit ships with. But for now, your stock missile cruiser comes with 10 anti-radar missiles. Oh, and you get local ECM on it as well, so you can... I'm not going to say this is a stealth ship, but you can reduce your signature, potentially hide yourself. This is a Commander, Silver Navigator, Gold Combat, Silver Support. And when I say not a stealth ship, like, yes, you can use the ECM to, hide yourself, but, when you're actually engaging in combat, it's probably not going to be enough to hide your signature. And then if somebody's got ECCM, they're going to burn through a single ECM pretty quickly. Let's see. Then you've got your heavy cruiser. Now, the heavy cruiser's a kind of a combination of gun and, well, fusion torpedoes or sabot rockets. So it's that long to medium. Again, I personally would say long to short range. It can do both roles. It can hit things at close range with its torpedoes. It can hit things at medium to long range with its heavy rail guns or Gauss guns if you refit them with Gauss guns. It's got a narrowband ECM. Interesting. I've got this ship. To be honest, I've never used it. I don't know why I've never used it, but I've never used the ECM. I don't know. When I'm using a heavy cruiser, I don't think trying to stealth myself, but maybe I should give that a try sometime. Then you've got the assault cruiser. Oh, sorry. Heavy cruiser is Vice Admiral. No badges needed. The assault cruiser is an Admiral, Bronze Engineer, Gold Combat, Silver Bomber, Silver Support. You've got 3 pulse beams, heavy beam lasers 3, and fusion torpedoes. So again, kind of a close range fighter, brawler, if you will. Then you've got the jump cruiser, and okay, it doesn't really have. It's got planet siege missiles, which I think can be swapped out for bombs. I know the regular planetary bombs can be swapped out for a long-range siege missile. These can probably be swapped out for bombs if you wanted to, and 3 pulse beams. Narrowband ECCM. The thing about this ship that's unique is it comes with a wormhole device. Now, the wormhole device allows you to project or project's not quite the right word. It allows you to generate a wormhole, an artificial wormhole. The thing about that is you can dictate where the opening of the wormhole is and where the exit of the wormhole is. And while this is great for getting from point A to point B very quickly and covering large distances without having to use your tachyon drive fuel, players quickly figured out that there was another use for it. So you put the exit point right next to a planet or right next to a sun if you're feeling extremely cheeky, and then you drop the entry point right in front of a enemy ship. Obviously, unless they're moving extremely slow, they run right into it, get teleported to the exit point, and very likely they end up running into the planet or the sun. And obviously that is not very good for a ship's health, and they die. So it's kind of an indirect weapon. I say indirect because you're not going to get credit for the kill. At least, as far as I'm aware, you don't get credit for the kill. Because usually when you ram into things like a planet or the sun, you get the credit will actually be given to the planet for the kill. I don't know if it'll actually give credit to a sun, because I haven't seen that in forever, and I never used this ship personally. It's an Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, and Gold Support. I would be very interested to know if the sun actually gets credit for the kills. That would be funny. But because of that, it's not... Again, you won't get credit for the kill, which means you won't get the XP for the kill either. So, but, I mean, by the time you get to Admiral, it's probably not as big of a deal. But that's why I say indirect, because you're not getting credit for those kills. Let's see. Then you've got the Border Cruiser. That's Fleet Admiral, Silver Navigator, Silver Engineer, Silver Combat, Bronze Support. And you get 3 pulse beams, 3 heavy Gauss guns, and 5 Gauss guns. And you get narrowband ECCM. You get 5 of those. So this thing is this thing is out there to try and burn through stealth ships ECMs. It's definitely got the ECCM power to do that. Probably, it might be tricky for it to get some of the stronger ECM ones, but if this thing shows up and you're an ECM ship, you probably better just leave. Now, it's an interesting comparison to compare this to the light cruiser as far as armament is concerned, because you get 3 heavy Gauss guns and 3 Gauss guns, or rail guns. Like I said, you can swap those out. The light cruiser gets 6 heavy rail guns, or 6 heavy Gauss guns. This is interesting in the comparison, because you've got almost the same number of regular guns, and then you get 3 heavy guns. Kind of interesting on how that would play out as far as damage output is concerned. So I'm not sure. I haven't done the math on it, but it would be interesting at some point to do the math and see how they compare. Regardless, as a gunship, this thing is actually going to pack a bit of a wallop. Then you've got the light carrier at Commander, Silver Navigator, Bronze Support. This will be the first carrier that you can get yourself into. It carries 4 squadrons of F-29s and 3 pulse beams. So you don't have any direct combat capability yourself, but as a carrier, you're not supposed to be doing that. You deploy your fighters, send them after targets, and you stay well away from the fight yourself. You also got a narrowband ECM. Try and keep yourself hidden a bit. Then you've got that's the light carrier. Then you've got the carrier cruiser at Fleet Admiral, Silver Support. 4 F-29 squadrons, 3 pulse beams, and you've got 4 local ECMs. So you're much better at hiding than the light carrier. Again, you've actually got same squadron numbers as a light carrier, so the carrier cruiser, you're just going to use the ECM to hide and deploy your fighters. That's going to be how you try and play that game. Then you've got the strike cruiser, and this is kind of the cream of the crop for the cruisers in many ways. Rank Marshal, so even on my main account, I haven't got the Marshal yet. Marshal is very high up there. Gold Engineer, Silver Support, Platinum Navigator, and Platinum Combat. This thing has got 5 local ECMs, so it can definitely hide itself. And so it's the description calls it an ambush. Yeah, okay, that's one way to look at it. It can also be used in direct combat. Like, it's not like you're a dedicated ambush ship. You've got the health. You've got 8 active shields, which is a lot for a cruiser. Let me double check something. Yes, you have got a lot of shielding for a cruiser. Interesting. Your composite armor is only 1, though, so you actually are losing out on your armor output, or your armor strength. So you really probably do not want to engage in a close-in knife fights. The interesting thing about this is you've got Sable rockets, 8 of those. Again, you can swap those out for fusion torpedoes if you wanted. You've got 3 ion cannons and a variance torpedo. Again, that variance torpedo is the most powerful torpedo that the ICC has. Ion cannons are the most powerful cannon weapon that the ICC has, and there's only one other ship that gets those, and that is the Combat Dreadnought, and it only gets 2. This gets 3. They're not quite as long a range as a Gauss gun. They're longer range than a railgun, but they hit harder than a Gauss gun does. So it's an interesting build. Interesting. I've looked at this ship many times, and for some reason I always missed that it only has 1 armor slot. That is interesting. So this thing is a shield tank with 8 active shields. That's definitely interesting. That makes me wonder about its it's got 2 fusion reactors, or 2 auxiliary fusion reactors, but even with that, 8 shields, I'm kind of curious to know how this thing's power management handles. I almost have a suspicion it might run itself low on power very quickly in a prolonged combat. But again, even on my main account, I haven't got to the point that I can use this ship, so I'm not sure. Not very many people are at that rank, or at least not very many active players. There's 1 or 2 that I know of who are still active who are at that rank. I should ask them at some point. All right, then you've got your dreadnoughts. You've got your Combat Dreadnought. This is one of the earliest dreadnoughts you can get into. Rank of Captain, badge is none. This is a this is a straight up just gunship brawler. It is an excellent, solid choice. Not super sexy, but again, like the light cruiser, it gets the job done. Heavy railguns 10, Again, you can swap those out for variant autocannons or Gauss guns. I am particularly partial to the Gauss guns. And then it has 2 ion cannons. And I don't know how to describe this ship other than the workhorse of the Dreadnought fleet. It is your gun battleship. It goes in, it's got tons of health, good shields. It smacks the enemy with its cannons until the enemy is dead or runs away. There is not much more to be said about that. You do have to be somewhat careful. Dreadnoughts are slower and less maneuverable than some of the smaller craft, so smaller ships can get in close, kind of do hit and run attacks on it, or try and stay out of its weapons arc. But the thing about the combat dread is its weapons arcs are actually pretty good. So its forward arcs, it's got very powerful forward and side arcs. The weak point of the combat dread is its aft section. So if an enemy ship gets on its aft, that's where it's weak. It's only got a couple guns that can shoot back there. So that's where it's the most vulnerable. But other than that, if it can keep turning and keep its weapons arcs either on the side or the bow, then it can pretty much kill anything that tries to come for it. You've got the bomber dreadnought. Again, this is a dedicated planetary bomber, 7 bomb slots. That actually gives it enough that you could you have a good chance of breaking through point defense. So planets can have point defense installations installed on them. Sometimes ships that are in orbit of the planet, like transports or engineers, they've got point defense weapons on them, and if they're there when you're trying to do the bombing action, they'll just automatically use their point defense. It can be somewhat annoying, but with 7 bomb bays, you can probably break at least light point defense. Let's see, then you've got your missile dreadnought with liner drive missiles, 10 of them. These are fairly powerful missiles. The Dreadnought gets 2 different missile types it can choose from. These are also much bigger and more powerful than what you typically see on the other ships. But yeah, it's a long range ship. It sits out there. It chucks some missiles at things. It's an interesting ship. Missile boat is not typically my favorite gameplay, but it is a decent ship. I've played around with it. It's pretty good. But again, you have to decide what missiles best fit the mission type, or you can mix and match your missiles. The line drive missiles are a very good all-purpose missile. The other missile type that I guess I don't remember the name. Unlike the liner drive missiles, they've got a minimum engagement range. These ones do not. So you kind of have to choose on that. However, the other ones, you get way more of them. And so you can break it. They're a little easier to, they'd be a little bit easier to break heavy point defense screens with. This one's a Captain Gold Combat Silver Support. So again, one of those dreadnoughts that you'll get to a little earlier. Then you got your Fleet Carrier. This is a First Rear Admiral, no badges needed. You get 8 F-29 squadrons and 2 narrowband ECCMs, which is interesting because that means this ship can't hide, at least as stock configuration. Now, the ECCMs does mean that it allows the carrier to find ships hiding from it and then, deploy the fighters at them. I would probably say that it's not trying to hide in its default configuration. It's trying to find things that are hiding and then just use distance in case there's bigger stuff around to try and fight it. I really wish I could zoom in on the picture of the ship, but I really can't, unfortunately. But you could swap out those ECCMs for ECM if you want to hide it. Then you've got your torpedo dreadnought. This is kind of a fun little thing to use. It's, again, torpedoes, it's closer range, but it carries 13 fusion torpedoes and 4 variance torpedoes. This thing packs a punch. It's kind of a fun ship to use, but it suffers from not being able to engage at long ranges. You can get fusion torpedoes at max range of 600 if they're unmodified, and those variance torpedoes a little bit longer range than that. I don't remember the exact range, but a little longer than the fusion torpedoes, but still not super long range. You're definitely under cannon, less range than the cannons, but it is definitely a ship that packs a lot of punch because of all those torpedoes. It will knock down the health of things very quickly if it gets within range. Then you've got the mine layer dreadnought. Lots of mines. Second rear admiral. Oh, whoops! I think I forgot to tell you. Second rear admiral for the torpedo dreadnought. Gold combat. The mine layer dreadnought is second rear admiral. Silver combat, bronze transport, silver combat, bronze transport, sorry, silver support. Reading that wrong. 9 mines, or 9 mine rails, mine launchers, however. So a lot that it can drop all at once. Local ECM, or yes, local ECM 2. Given the amount of health it's got, the fact that it's got, well, right now it's a hard thing to stealth, but you might be able to do it with the ECM if you're running yourself at a slow speed. I'd almost say that maybe running into enemy territory, dropping as many mines as you can in their active areas, and then leaving might be a tactic for it. But again, this ship had more use when there was a large player base active on the servers. You've got the assault dreadnought, which is fleet admiral in gold combat. You've got 4 pulse beams, heavy beam lasers 6, variance torpedoes 3, and fusion torpedoes 12. So this is kind of like the torpedo dreadnought, except for your short 1 fusion torpedo and 1 variance torpedo, and you've essentially sacrificed a variance and a fusion for the heavy beam lasers. Those are going to be a shorter range than the torpedoes, but it gives you something to fight at with those point blank knife fighting ranges. I mean, lasers don't have ammunition like the torpedoes do. I don't think their cycle time is going to be better than the torpedoes, because torpedoes are like 4 to 5 second reload time, at least on the fusions. Then you've got the line dreadnought, fleet admiral, gold navigator, gold combat, gold support. This has got pulse beams 4, heavy railguns 12, and Harpex missiles 8. So this is kind of a bit of a sniper boat. It's got missiles it can throw at an opponent. Like I said, missiles can be shot down or dodged. So that is a weakness of, for example, the missile dreadnought, which, it's just got the 10 missiles. If there's a lot of point defense in the area, that's going to be kind of its Achilles heel. However, the line dreadnought, if there's a lot of point defense in the area, it can fall back on its cannons, so that gives it a little bit of flexibility in that regard. Then you've got the heavy missile dreadnought, which line drive missiles 8. It's got 4 ECMs. Let me double check something here. Yeah, so it's stealthier than the regular missile dreadnought, but you sacrifice missiles for that stealth. The interesting thing I should say, though, is it's a little bit of a heavy E-war ship. Not as much, doesn't carry as much actually, no, never mind. It's got local ECM and narrowband ECM. That's interesting. So that gives it a total of 8 ECM. Well, I guess it's kind of in the description there. Super heavy stealth missile ship. Yeah, this, with that much ECM, when I looked at this thing, I always missed that narrowband ECM at the bottom. With that much ECM, this ship can definitely make like a hole in space and not be seen. With that much ECM, it would probably be very difficult for an ECCM ship to even break through it. That is a lot of ECM. That's actually the most I've seen. But this thing is a Grand Admiral, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, and Gold Support. So that's going to take some time to get into that ship. A lot of time to get into that ship. Then you've got the Siege Dreadnought with a Marshal again. So this is going to be very long term to get into. Gold Bomber, Gold Support. You've got Pulse Beams 5, so lots of point defense there. Planet Siege Missiles 6 and Harpex Missiles 8. So you get the Siege Missiles to throw at the planet at long range, and the Harpex Missiles to shoot at ships. This is actually kind of handy because you can use those planetary siege missiles to fire at the planet at very long range, which is nice because that means you don't have to get up close and personal with the planet and let the planetary's guns shoot at you. And you have the Harpex missiles, which is nice because that means if you've got like a ship sitting in orbit of the planet and using its point defense guns to try and defend the planet, you can use those Harpex missiles to either chase it away or kill it so that your siege missiles can actually get through and hit the planet. So that's actually quite nice. But because of that, it's a very hard ship to get. Marshal's a very, very high rank. Then you've got the flagship Dreadnought. This is got heavy railguns 14, so it's a heavy gun ship. It's got narrowband ECM 1. It's got a build drone of 1. That's interesting. Usually just engineers have got that. So this thing can actually, with only 1, it's going to be a bit slower, but it can build the deep space satellites is not the right word, but facilities. There's sensor stations. It can build the sensor stations, or the defense platform, or the railgun platform, or the torpedo platform, or the supply platform. It definitely means this thing's a little bit flexible. Narrowband ECM, a wormhole device, so it can make its own wormhole, which is very handy. Yeah, so this is a very flexible ship. It can do quite a few things. It can engage in direct combat. It's got 4 more heavy railguns than the combat dreadnought. It doesn't have the ion cannons, but I'm pretty sure that those extra 4 guns probably make up for it, especially if you're using those as you switch those to Gauss guns. Let's see. It's got the build drones, which, well, we'll take a look at that later. So it can build things either on the planet, or it can build them in deep space for a deep space forward operating base. It's got an advanced tactical sensor. Not sure. Again, this is way beyond what my main account is capable of getting to right now, unfortunately, because this thing would be kind of fun to give a try out. But narrowband ECM, and it's got that wormhole device, so it can generate a wormhole. Use it offensively or defensively. Well, defensively would be to like run away, I guess. But also just for, you know, moving from point A to point B. The nice thing about the wormholes is it means you don't have to rely on the jump gates for long distance, because while you can jump from one star system to another using your tachyon drive, it burns through a lot of tachyon drive fuel. So makes it, as far as mobility is concerned, it makes this ship very flexible. Then you've got the command carrier, Grand Admiral. gold engineer, silver combat, silver bomber, gold support, 6 F-29 squadrons, an SRR squadron. I think that is a recon squadron, if I remember correctly. 2 narrowband ECMs, a build drone, which is kind of nice, its own wormhole device. So again, much like the flagship, it makes it very flexible in its ability to get from point A to point B. Yeah, and that's about all she wrote. So an interesting ship. The other, she's got the 2 narrowband ECMs, so she's got some stealth capability. But the other fun thing is, because of that build drone, she could build a sensor platform that has an ECM on it as well, which could, if, at least as long as you're sitting still, could help with your stealth. And then you've got the strike carrier. This thing is a chief marshal, silver. I am not sure how you get that badge. Silver privateer. I'm gonna have to look that one up. I do not even have the bronze privateer. Platinum navigator, platinum engineer, platinum combat, platinum transport, platinum bomber, platinum support. This thing is insane. My friend that's got marshal, he doesn't have chief marshal, and I'm not sure if he's got all those badges. He's got a lot, but this would be a very difficult ship to get into. Very stealthy, 6 ECMs. It's got XB-17, 6 squadrons of those, 4 pulse beams, and 14 heavy railguns, which means that unlike all other carriers in the game, or at least for the ICC, this thing can actually engage in direct combat. It's got enough firepower that it can actually engage in direct combat instead of trying to stay away from the combat. Yeah, that's about all there is to say about that. Although I will point out that it's got 8 active shields, but no armor. So heavy shield ship. Usually the ICC are an equal number of shields and an equal number of armor. It is interesting to see. Again, but this is again a very high-ranking ship. I don't know how that would play out. But then I think there's only 2 ships that are like that. There's this one with 8 active shields and no armor, and then there's the strike cruiser that is 8 active shields and 1 armor. And I haven't had the opportunity, obviously, to try either one. I would be curious to know how that works out in combat. But again, those are very high-ranking ships, very hard to get to. You do not see them much at all. I've only seen the strike cruiser used by, I think, 1 person. All right, then you've got the engineer. You've got these are pretty linear. Just you get the one that you can get at second lieutenant, and then they just progressively keep getting bigger. They've got the ability to mine resources from planets. They've got the build drones, and that allows them to build the platforms. There's the defense platform with point defense weapons, point defense lasers. There's the railgun platform that, like the name says, it's got railguns on it. The torpedo platform, the 2 different sensor platforms, and then the resupply platform. And so you can kind of create like a forward operating base to help resupply your ships, and you can build the platforms to defend those, and the sensors there's one sensor that's both sensors can detect things, but one has ECM on it, and I believe the other one has ECCM on it. So you can set those up to kind of keep an eye on what's going on in a star system, or at least a section of it. And then you get your industrial one, which is a little bit bigger. It's got more build drones, it's got more mining beams, and then you've got your core engineer, again, more mining beams, more build drones. Just a bigger ship. It's got more storage space for supplies. Not all that complicated. Oh, I should tell the rank. So the Frontier is the second lieutenant, the Industrial is a captain, silver engineer, and the Core engineer is Fleet Admiral, platinum engineer. To get platinum engineer, you have to spend a lot of time in an engineer. These days, with how few players are regularly online at any given time, it would be difficult for you to spend that much time in an engineer. I'm not saying you can't do it, but it would take a long time to do it. Back in the day when you routinely had like tons of people online, I'm not sure what the numbers were, but there was, you could have, you'd probably have at any given time, you'd probably have, I'm not even sure, but there was enough ICC players, UGTO and Caluth players that you would hop on and you could see them all over the place. When that was going on, having people as dedicated engineer players was definitely a thing because they would be building the planets. So the AI will build the planets, but player-built planets are better. They would be picking what buildings go on the planet, what the planet was going to be used for. So whether it was going to be like an industrial planet, a defense planet, or a shipyard planet, different things like that. And given the size of the map, as you can see, this is not as big as the map has been in the past, but given the size and there's multiple planets in each one of these star systems, a dedicated engineer player could be kept very busy, especially if the front lines are constantly shifting, because the engineer needs to be setting up forward operating bases for the fleet. So places where the fleet can resupply, rearm, and repair. They need to be building up the planets that are being captured, repairing them. So, obviously when you attack a planet, you're, trying to bomb off the different aspects of the planet. So you're trying to bomb like the defense facilities, and you're trying to bomb the troops, and the engineers are then going to come in and make repairs. There's two ways you can take out the defense facilities, I should point out. You can take out the defense facilities directly, or you can bomb the energy production, and if you drop the energy production low enough, then the defense facilities will stop working at that point. But regardless, if you bomb up the planet enough, the engineers are going to need to come in and fix it. Well, they're going to have to come in and fix it regardless, because you're going to have to destroy something. And again, the planet, the way the enemy set up the planet may not be what you need the planet for, so the engineers are going to have to work on that as well. So yeah, dedicated engineer players could be kept very busy. The front lines don't move as much anymore, so it's not as busy a time for people that play engineer. Then you've got supply. You've got the courier supply ship, second lieutenant, no badges necessary. These things, their goal or their mission is as essentially a support ship. They stick with the fleet, and they replenish the fleet's ammunition, and they repair. So they're kind of like the medic in some ways. Well, if I'm comparing it to a Battlefield game, they're kind of like the medic and engineer rolled into one, in a way, except for they can't build anything, but they can resupply ammo and repair damaged ships. So that makes them very valuable in larger fleet engagements. They can definitely keep a fleet fighting past the point they would be if they didn't have one with them. Then you got the squadron supply ship, just again a bit bigger. It's got more. Let's see, do they have it mentioned here? No, they don't really have mentioned it. How many repair drones it can put out, but those are passive, they're not active. So but yeah, it's just bigger, and can repair and resupply more. And then you got the wait, hold on, what was the rank for that? Second Rear Admiral, Bronze Support, and then you got the Fleet Supply Grand Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Support, and again, it's just bigger, it can do more than the other ones can. Then you've got the stations. You got 3 of them. You got the support station, which is resupply and repair for ships around it. Stations can move very slowly. They do not move very fast at sublight. They've got wormhole drives, and they have the don't think it has a tachyon drive, so it can't. So its only way to move around really is that wormhole device. At least if it's going to move around at FTL. Then you've got the line station. This is a more combat-oriented station. Proton cruise missiles, 10 of those. Heavy beam lasers, 8 of them. Variance torpedoes, 8 of them. So it'll use the proton cruise missiles at long range, the beam and torpedoes at close range if something is stupid enough to try and get close and directly engage it. These things pack a punch. But again, they're not stationary per se, but their sublight speed is incredibly slow. They're not moving anywhere quickly on the sublight. And their only FTL method is that wormhole device, and it's got a very long cooldown time. So then you've got the sector command base. Hyper mass accelerator, not sure what that's used for. Oh, sorry, I forgot to be showing you the ranks. So, support bases of Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, and Platinum Support. Your line station is Grand Admiral, Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Support, Platinum Navigator, Platinum Combat, and Platinum Bomber. Your sector command base is Marshal, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Bronze Privateer. Again, I personally don't have the Privateer badge, so I'm not sure how you get that one. Gold Support, Platinum Navigator, Platinum Engineer. You've got your Hyper Mass Accelerator. I'm not sure what that is, but then obviously I haven't been able to play around with this thing. You get your ECM, scanners, wormhole device, build drones for this thing. Engineering HQ. This thing is very interesting, but again, extremely high rank. Even my friend who's Marshal, I don't think has got this thing yet. He's got the line station, but now that I think about it, I'm not sure I've even ever seen a sector command base. It's got 8 F-29 squadrons, 6 pulse beams, and heavy beam lasers, 8. So it's an interesting station. But unfortunately, the old veteran players who had the ability to get these things, I don't think I've actually seen any of them. It would be interesting to see how one of these things, but getting to that rank's gonna, even for me, it's still gonna take a while. And that is everything the ICC can pull. Well, that took quite a while. All right, let's see. Oh, no, that's going to pull me back to there. Okay, so if you want to switch to another faction, you're going to actually just have to log off. And then we'll bring this thing back. All right, servers. And now we will take a look at Caluth or UGTO. We'll take a look at the UGTO. You've seen the Caluth in some of my other videos because we end up fighting them a lot, but I don't think you've seen the UGTO at all. Oh dear. Oh, okay. That should have worked. Okay. Hold on a minute. I might have to completely reset that. Okay. Hopefully that was enough. I think there's a little bit of a cooldown before you can switch factions. Yeah, there's gonna be a bit of a cooldown, and I don't know what the time period on that cooldown is. Um, hmm. All right. Well, that is slightly annoying. I was kind of hoping I could do this all in one video. I'm hoping. Let's see. What can we do here? What can we? Let's try. Let's see. What can? Is there a way to? Let's try again. Thought you could just shut down and bring it back up again, unless they changed that. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not gonna let me. It may have to give it, well, let's try and give it a couple minutes. Um, Unfortunately, I think it's gonna end up with a black screen. We'll give it a minute or two, and we'll see if it'll let us do that. It's slightly annoying. I was under the impression it lets you do it right away, but it's been a long time since I was trying to, well, actually, I never really did swap factions that much. I've pretty much been a dedicated ICC player. But I I do have a friend who'll swap between factions, and I thought he could do it a lot faster than that. But it's kind of interesting. I mean, it makes sense that the game would have a cooldown period between swapping the factions, but I was under the impression it was just log out, log back in, and it lets you do it. So it's interesting that it's taking a bit of time. Although maybe it lets you do it a bit more if you're a subscriber. So you can become a paid subscriber, and it helps keep the server up and running. Um, it's like $5 a month or something like that. But I don't have that on this account. I have that on my primary account. The advantages to it is that if you become a paid subscriber, you get a certain amount of credits that you can use to um, buy upgrades for your ships. If you don't get those credits through that method, then your only way of getting upgrades pretty much is random drops when you kill the enemy. I thought it was only the green upgrades that drop unless you were a paid subscriber, but I found out I was wrong about that. Uh, it doesn't really matter. Green and blue upgrades will drop regardless of whether or not you're a free to play or a paid subscriber. But like I said, if you're a paid subscriber, $5 a month, you get a kind of an allowance of credits every. I'm not sure how often it feeds you credits, if it's like every week or if it's every month. But then you can use those credits to buy upgrades when you're kind of in that hangar screen looking at your ships. And I don't think there's a cap on the amount of credits that you can have. I think that number just keeps going up and going up. So if you don't use them for a long period of time, you can stockpile credits. But it's not a massive. I mean, it's a benefit, but it doesn't make or break the game. It definitely doesn't. The subscribers don't have a massive advantage over regular players. Again, the regular players can get the same upgrades. They just can't buy them. They'll have to rely on random drops for them. You can stockpile them up in your inventory and then use them where needed. And the upgrades give you I don't remember the percentage on the green ones. I think it's like 3% or something like that, and the blue ones will give you a 6% boost in certain categories. All right, it's been 2 minutes. Might give it 1 more minute. We'll see how it goes. If this doesn't work, I'll have to probably end the stream, or we might do some gameplay with some of the ships, but might have to do the other factions another time. Okay, come on. All right, there. Okay. Are you going to launch game? All right, what is going on here? Does not seem to want to launch. All right, we'll refresh that. Come on. Stop making yourself difficult and actually work. Okay, there we go. All right. There we go. Now we've got the option to the other one. So you need about a 2 to 3 minute cooldown. All right, so we'll take a look at the UGTO, the other human faction. United Galactic Trade Organization, fighting for a united humanity and a strong defense against common foes. By far the oldest faction in the metaverse, the UGTO operates with a certain heavy-handed ethnocentric attitude due to their origins on Earth. Ethnocentric, really? I wouldn't have described it as that way, but okay. That's the description for the UGTO. We'll check them out now. Yeah, you can kind of tell like there's an ongoing war between all three factions that the AI pretty much runs, but I do think most players play ICC. Wait, do I not have access to any? Oh, it's because I don't have a planet selected. Okay. Come on. But I think most currently active players play ICC, and that's why you see the ICC hold way more space than the UGTO does. The UGTO have been getting destroyed. Oh my. That is why I have not been seeing UGTO ships. That's why all the NPCs are Kaluth. Kaluth have just been doing way better than UGTO. I wonder if there's people still playing Kaluth. That's very interesting. Okay. Oh, it's also interesting that my upgrades carried over. Interesting. So this just your inventory there just carries over between factions. That's interesting. All right, let's see what we got here. So we've got the scouts. We've got, and you can see that unfortunately I cannot make this bigger. I really, really wish I could make it bigger. But you can see that the design style between the UGTO and the ICC are very different. So this is the Covert Ops Scout. Now you'll have to bear with me some. I am not as familiar with UGTO equipment as I am ICC. Like I said, I've been a dedicated ICC player this entire time. I think I've looked at the UGTO stuff like once or twice. Didn't really care for the ship aesthetics or the gameplay style, so I just stuck with ICC because I liked the way the ships handled and I liked the way they looked. Let's see here. 6 ECM, so a stealthy boy. Extended long-range lasers, 2. That's another thing. The UGTO, I believe, get longer-range lasers than the ICC do. Assault corvette, so that is ECCMs of 2 and proton torpedoes 6. I think that's their equivalent to the ICC's fusion torpedoes. Interesting difference between the ICC and the UGTO, because the ICC preferred to have their torpedo corvette stealthy, whereas they prefer to have theirs looking for stealth ships, it seems. Then you've got the Interceptor Corvette, which has got the extended range laser 1 and heavy particle cannons 3. I wonder if the heavy particle cannons is kind of like the ICC's rail guns. You know what? Let's oh, what? Okay. What did you do? Why did that do that? Okay. There we go. Okay, so as you can see, they don't have shields, they're just armor, and that's a lot more armor than the ICC has on their scouts. I'm curious about this. That's what I thought. Heavy particle cannons are an energy-based weapon, and they do not have ammunition. You can refit it with the heavy EMP cannon. Oh, yes, I should. I forgot about that. I, personally, hate the EMP cannons. They are so annoying because they will disable components on an enemy ship. They don't outright destroy them, but they kind of short them out. They're very annoying. They don't outright kill you, but they are a extremely annoying weapon to have to deal with if you're the opponent of the UGTO. But the heavy particle cannons have got a range of 1,000 GU, and that's 2,520 damage to 7,560 damage. So yeah, their cannons are a shorter range than the ICC. The ICC's railguns are 1,200 something GU, and the Gauss guns are 1,500 GU. So yeah, you're gonna gun wise, the ICC outranges the UGTO, but laser wise, the let's see, is that a point defense weapon? Yes, that can be said as point defense. Oh, that's really nice. So laser wise, the UGTO outranges ICC. Their lasers go out to 500 GU. The ICC, was it 150, 140? I think the chemical beam lasers, so 140. The pulse beams are 150, and then the heavier pulse beams, or the advanced pulse beams, are like 200 or something like that. 200 something. I think it's more than 200, but like 240, or but they're not as long as the UGTOs. The UGTO, as you can see here, is going out to 500, and that's the standard one. Can they put in? Yeah, they can put in a refit with a longness defense beam. Take a look at that thing. Shorter, okay. Shorter range, faster reload time. That's interesting though, because that's a shorter range than even the ICC's pulse beam. Oh, there's the advantage though. They're 300 damage, whereas the ICC pulse beam, I think, is 100 to 150 damage. Half a second shorter reload time, and about 25 GU less range, but you're doing like twice the damage. I see. Interesting difference between the factions. Okay. Well, that's actually kind of handy to know. Like I said, I have not looked at the UGTO. That's kind of a failing on my part. I probably should have looked at the UGTO long before now, partly to the whole Sun Tzu thing. know yourself and know your enemy. And I did not know the enemy anywhere near as well as I knew myself. So this is kind of a learning experience for me that should potentially help me in my, I would say, fight against the UGTO. But considering the amount of territory that the UGTO holds right now, probably not going to be fighting them anytime soon. Not unless either their AI starts doing a better job at fighting the Kaluth, or UGTO players get online and start helping the UGTO out, because they are not doing very well right now. Let us see here. So, actually, while we're doing this, we might as well take a look at the proton torpedoes. Yeah, so that's interesting. The UGTO's torpedoes are very much like the ICC's fusion torpedoes, but the fusion torpedoes have got a range of 600, and they have I think 4.5 to 5 second recharge time, and these have got a range of 500 GUs and a recharge time of 6.3 seconds. Damage, I think, is relatively similar, but I'd have to double check. I think the advantage to these, though, is you get to carry more of them. They get 50 per slot, and I think the ICC carry fewer torpedoes, if I remember correctly. So that's interesting. Shorter range than the ICC torpedoes, but I think they get more of them. Okay, where was that shipyard? There it is. All right. So then you got the blockade corvette, EMP mines too. So those aren't going to really do direct damage, but they will disable a ship. ECM 3, extended long range laser. So it's kind of a harassment vessel, I guess. Oh, hold on a minute. Yeah. Oh, and the ranks for these: midshipman for the covert ops, midshipman for the assault corvette, midshipman for the interceptor corvette, midshipman for the blockade corvette, and midshipman for the bomber corvette. Okay, so it's just midships. So as soon as you start the game, you get access to all of them. Okay. This one's the bomber, so you get the MERV bomb. Okay, yeah, it's essentially the same thing as the ICC, ECM and MERV bomb. Although I think you get 2 ECM on the ICC version, and you get 3 on this one. So this one actually might be slightly stealthier, if I'm remembering the stats correctly. I guess you can go back in the video and double check me on that one. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed your chat there, Xander Knight MC. Sorry about that. But yes, howdy. Welcome to the stream. All right, so then we move on to the frigates. We've got the Buzzard frigate at Ensign. Interesting that you need badges for this: Bronze Navigator and Bronze Combat. You've got an extended range laser. You've got Flux Wave and Flux Beam. Interesting. I am not familiar with what those are. Maybe one of these ships that I can pull will have one, and we can take a look at those. And then the standard chemical lasers, 4 of them. Close range attack vessel. But then, I mean, the UGTO kind of specializes at the close range attack, so saying that is just power for the course. That is their standard tactic. What is that name? The ST-14 frigate? Greiflak? Okay. I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that. Proton torpedoes 8, extended range laser 1, and a flux wave 1, ECM 2. Standard armor 7. So yeah, 7. It's way more armor than the ICC has. Then you've got the bomber frigate. So flux wave, standard range lasers 2, and 2 bombs, and ECM 2. Interesting. I wonder how good that flux wave. It actually might give it a bit more of an offensive capability than your standard ICC bombers. Then you've got your interceptor frigate, heavy particle beams 3, flux wave 1, and extended range laser 1. Okay, I can actually pull this one. So let's take a look and see what those. See, flux wave, range of 300 GU. Oh, that's a lot of damage. 24,000 to 72,000. That's crazy. I am very... Can I shut these? Okay, I can fire them that way. It's the extended range laser. Oh, okay, okay. So that explains what that is. The flux wave is essentially the UGTO's version of the ICC's pulse shield. So if missiles or fighters get close enough within that 300 GU radius and you fire that off, it will destroy some or all of them. Okay, so flux wave, that makes sense. That's just the UGTO's version of the ICCs. Okay, and heavy particle cannon. And yeah, we already discussed the particle cannons. Okay, good to know. And then it uses ECCM, so it's instead of trying to hide, it's looking for the enemy. All right, that is good to know. Okay, so the mine layer frigate has got EMP mines, flux wave, extended range lasers. It's actually kind of interesting that they got the flux wave under the weapons category because the ICC has their pulse shield, and one of the reasons I wasn't mentioning it when I was talking to the about the ICC, because all the ICC ships had one. They had it under the primary systems, not under the weapon system. So it's interesting that the UGTO has the flux wave listed under their weapons instead of under their systems. Okay. Oh, that is a second lieutenant. Shipman, ensign. Yeah, you should be able to get these really early. However, because they're locked behind not just rank, but also behind badges, you need to get those badges before you can use them. That's kind of interesting. All right, second lieutenant, bronze support. Harrier frigate. Second lieutenant, bronze combat. This has got Paragon missiles, 6 of them, flux wave 1, extended range laser. So this is a missile ship. I'm trying to remember if the ICC had any missile frigates. I think they did. Yeah, I think they did. Then you've got the defense frigate at commander, bronze navigator, bronze engineer, bronze support. Extended range laser, 4 of them, flux wave 1. And 6 ECCMs. So it's got extended range lasers, but it specializes in detecting ECM ships. Mixing up my stuff there. I am slightly interested by the fact that it seems to be easier to unlock ships in the ICC than it seems to be possible to unlock ships in the UGTO. It seems like the UGTO requires more of the badges than the ICC does. That's interesting. Oh, it would makes it slightly harder for the for new UGTO players. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Let's see, you got the... Did I go over that one? Yeah, I went over that one. The defense frigate. Yeah, that's what I just went over. So it's definitely specializes in encountering ECM. Then you've got the Urus frigate, second lieutenant, or no, sorry, second rear admiral. Oof. Silver combat, gold support. You've got 6 ECCM, again, specializing in going after those ECM ships, which, thinking about it, kind of makes sense, because the ICC has a lot of ECM. It would make sense that the UGTO would focus more on countering the ICC's ECM. That does actually make a lot of sense. Extended range laser, EMP mines 2, and a flux wave. So it's more of a mine-laying ship. Alright. Then you've got the Griffin frigate. You've got rank of captain, gold combat. You've got, let's see, extended range laser, flux wave, heavy particle cannons 3, flux beam, heavy, and then 2 of those, and heavy chemical laser. That's interesting. Captain, gold combat. Okay, I'm not sure what the flux beam is, but maybe when I get this account to a higher level, I'll have to come back to the UGTO and take a look at some of their stuff. Then you've got the Osprey frigate. Let's see, second rear admiral. Wow. The UGTO are a lot more stingy about who they let use their ships than the ICC is. Good grief. Badges, silver navigator, silver engineer, silver combat, silver transport, silver bomber, silver support. Let's see, you got extended range laser, flux wave 1, heavy particle cannons 2, particle cannons 2, and proton torpedoes 6. If it's anything like the ICC's cannons, then the heavy particle cannons and the particle cannons will have the same range, but the heavy particle cannons will hit harder than the particle cannons. Kestrel frigate. This is a commander, silver navigator, silver combat. It almost strikes me that the idea behind the UGTO is that they want their commanders to be a little bit more experienced than the ICC does, which is interesting. I mean, that would be from a narrative standpoint. From a gameplay standpoint, I think the idea is that the game the initial expectation is that you would probably start the game at ICC, and then you'd already have gained ranks and some experience as playing the ICC. So when you move over to the UGTO, it's not going to be the rank is going to be less of a barrier, and it's going to be more about the badges. It's one way to look at it. I'm kind of curious to know what the reasoning behind increasing the amount of badges and stuff you needed for the UGTO ships was. Let's see, you've got the flux wave, extended range laser, Sparrow missiles 5, and proton torpedoes. So you've got the missiles for your long range, and you've got the torpedoes for the close range. Interesting build. ECM 2. So That's a little bit more stealthy than what we've been seeing. Okay, ECM on the Osprey. I forgot to mention that. Then you've got the Phoenix frigate, Captain, Silver Navigator, Silver Combat, Bronze Support. Now we're going back to ECCM, 3 of them. You've got Extended Range Laser 4. Definitely good point defense there. Flux Wave 1, Sparrow Missiles 4. So using the missiles for long range. Yeah, good point in the description there. Ideal for taking on other missile ships or carriers. Yeah, definitely, because it's got those 4-point defense lasers. So it's pretty good at defeating incoming swarm of missiles and then throwing its own missiles or defeating fighters. Then you get the Peregrine Strike Frigate, which is, holy crap. Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Gold Support, Platinum Combat. The IC, sorry, not the IC, the UGTO really like to give their frigates to experienced commanders. Wow. Okay. Extended Range Laser 1, Heavy Particle Cannons 3, Standard Chemical Lasers 2, Proton Torpedoes 7, Heavy Chemical Lasers 1, and a Flux Waves 1. That is a punchy little gunship. Oh, well, does it actually have any guns? Oh yeah, it's got particle cannons, okay. But still, chemical beam or chemical lasers and proton torpedoes. 7 of them? Yeah, that's a punchy little ship. I think we're starting to, not exactly, but kind of looking at Defiant concept style, like from Star Trek. Good grief. That is a lot of firepower on a little frigate. Alright, now we've got the destroyers. Let's see, we've got the Lancer Destroyer, Second Lieutenant, Silver Navigator, Bronze Combat. We've got 2 extended range lasers, Flux Wave, Standard Chemical Lasers 6, and Flux Beam 2. I wonder what that Flux Beam is. Yeah, definitely agree with the description there. Short range attack ship, ideal for engaging other destroyers at close range. Well, it's got a lot of chemical beam lasers on there. Then you've got the Blockade Destroyer, Lieutenant Commander, Silver Combat, Bronze Support, EMP Mines. I guess they don't refer to them as mine layers, they just refer to them as blockades. So setting a blockade around a planet. EMP Mines 4, Extended Range Lasers 2, Standard Chemical Lasers 2, Flux Wave 1. Alright, yeah. Pretty. Just a mine-laying ship that has a bit more direct combat capability than your ICC equivalent. Oh, no ECM or ECCM on that. Torpedo Destroyer, you've got Lieutenant Commander, Silver Navigator, Silver Bronze Combat. Armor 9, yeah, these are pretty tanky. No shields, but lots of armor. Extended Range Lasers 2, Flux Wave, Proton Torpedoes 8, Quantum Singularity Torpedoes 1, Standard Chemical Lasers 2. I think this is the equivalent to that one ICC destroyer that had the ICC's top line torpedo. This is kind of the same concept. It's got one of those as well. So I'm guessing the Quantum is the UGTO equivalent. I'm trying to remember what the ICC once was called. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I do think this is probably the equivalent. But yeah, it's a torpedo. It's a torpedo boat. Let's see. You got Missile Destroyer, First Lieutenant, Silver Navigator, Silver Combat, Extended Range Lasers 2, Peregrine Missiles 8, Standard Chemical Lasers 2, and a Flux Wave. Okay. Gunboat Destroyer. You've got First Lieutenant, Bronze Combat. Okay. Easy enough one to get into. Extended range lasers 2, flux wave 1, heavy particle cannons 3, particle cannons 3, standard chemical lasers 2. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. The only downside is that the ICC is going to outrange you in their cannon equivalents, but otherwise not bad. Picket destroyer, second lieutenant, badges none. Extended range lasers 7. That's a lot of point defense. Flux wave 1, standard chemical lasers 2. Medium defense ship carries extra point defense weapons to protect itself and others. Yep, that's what I assumed. Yeah, so this is kind of like your picket ship. It's escort ship. Keep missiles and fighters away from other ships. All right, battle destroyer, vice admiral, silver navigator, silver combat. You've got extended range lasers 2, flux wave 1, heavy particle cannons 3, particle cannons 1, proton torpedoes 10, standard chemical lasers. So a mix of the particle cannons and the proton torpedoes. And then a chemical laser. So, yeah. Tactical bomber destroyer. You got your Troop 2 MIRV bombs. Heavy particle cannon 6. Standard chemical lasers 2. Okay, okay. First rear admiral, silver navigator, silver combat, silver bomber. Yeah, that's kind of the bomber combat hybrid that the ICC has. Though I feel like this one might be a bit punchier. Perimeter destroyer, second rear admiral, gold navigator, silver support. Okay. Extended range lasers 6, lots of point defense there. Flux wave 1, heavy particle cannons 3, standard chemical lasers 2. Does make sense that the it does make sense that the UGTO would have quite a bit of point defense lasers, because the ICC does like their long-range missiles. So that kind of makes sense. Need to counter that. Assault destroyer, second rear admiral, gold combat, extended range lasers 2, flux wave 1, proton torpedoes 8, heavy chemical beam lasers 1, standard chemical lasers 6. So kind of laser torpedo boat, it looks like. Arrestor destroyer. Oh, wait, hold on. I was not paying attention to... Yeah, it does not look like the UGTO bothers putting ECM or ECCM really on their destroyers. Actually, they don't put it on at all. Yeah, no, if you're a destroyer, you're pretty much a direct combat ship, and you're not bothering with ECM or ECCM at all. Okay. So this thing is a first rear admiral, gold combat, silver support, extended range lasers 2, EMP mines 3, flux wave, flux torpedoes 8. So that means... Interesting. The UGTO has 3 different torpedo types, at least so far that I've seen. That's interesting. ICC only has 2 different torpedo types. Oh, wait, nope. I take that back. They've got two types referred to as torpedoes, but they've also got the Sabo rockets that are those kinetic kill rockets that they can put into a torpedo slot, or at least a fusion torpedo slot. So I guess technically they've got 3. Flux torpedoes might be the UGTO equivalent. That's interesting. Okay. Arquebus destroyer. Arquebus. So after one of those early muskets. Okay, interesting. Extended range laser 2, Sparrow missile 6, standard chemical lasers 6, flux wave 1, heavy chemical lasers 1. So missiles for range and lasers for up up-close personal work. Interesting. Vice Admiral, Gold Combat, Transport Silver Support. Interesting. Grand Admiral for the Elite Line Destroyer. Definitely very high up there. Take a while to get into that ship. Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Platinum Combat, Platinum Support. Extended Range Lasers 5, Flux Wave 1, Heavy Particle Cannons 3, Standard Chemical Lasers 6. So it's got the cannons for kind of that mid-range, and then Standard Chemical Laser 6. That is something, though, about the UGTO that is, I guess, kind of an advantage for them. Because their particle cannons are an energy-based weapon, they don't have the ammunition concerns that the ICC have. So the ICC outrange the UGTO's cannons, but the UGTO doesn't have to worry about going back for more ammo. But that's all the UGTO destroyers, and there's no ECM or ECCM on any of them. That's very interesting. Cruisers. Okay, we've got the bomber cruiser, Captain, Silver Bomber, 4 MIRV bombs. Ooh, they get more bombs than the ICC does. Actually, the ICC I don't think has a bomber cruiser. It's a destroyer, and then it goes. They've got like a hybrid bombing cruiser, I believe, that has like the ability to bomb, but it's got like 2 bombs, and I don't think they have it. I have to go back and double check at some point, but I don't think the ICC have a direct combat bombing cruiser. The UGTO does. 4 bombs, extended range lasers, and a flux wave. Let's see, blockade cruiser. You've got, let's see, commander, silver support. You've got flux wave, extended range lasers 3, and EMP mine. So that's a mine layer. Oh, I should have, no, blockade. Yeah. Interceptor cruiser. Interesting hull type. Narrowband ECCM, Flux Wave 1, Extended Range Lasers 3, Heavy Particle Cannons 6. The bomber cruiser's also got 1 ECM, not that stealthy. Torpedo cruiser is commander, bronze navigator, bronze engineer, bronze combat, bronze transport, bronze bomber, and bronze support. Let's see. Narrowband ECCM, Flux Wave 1, Extended Range Lasers 3, Flux Torpedoes 4, and Proton Torpedoes 11. Interesting. Scout Carrier, Lieutenant Commander. So the UGTO get a carrier a lot sooner than the ICC does. Flux Wave, Extended Range Lasers 3, and 4 I-19 squadrons. Okay, so unlike the ICC, so the ICC, their first cruiser that you can get yourself into early on is the light cruiser with the cannons, the 6 heavy cannons, and the UGTO, your first cruiser that you can get is actually a carrier. Interesting. Missile cruiser, Captain, Silver Combat, local ECM. Oh wait, hold on. Scout carrier, narrowband ECCM. So it's looking for people, it's not trying to hide itself. All right. The missile cruiser is Captain, Silver Combat, extended range lasers, Peregrine Missiles 10, and a Flux Wave. Local ECM 1, so it's a little bit stealthy. Vanguard Cruiser, Admiral, Gold Combat, Extended Range Lasers 3, Sparrow Missiles 6, Proton Torpedoes 9, and a Flux Wave. So again, we're going with kind of that missile-torpedo combination, missiles for range, and the torpedoes for close-range work. Echelon Cruiser, Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Gold Support. Man, I mean, if we're going narratively, that the UGTO wants to put very experienced commanders in their ships, it would be a bit of a, I mean, that makes sense, but it's going to mean that the UGTO have a hard time fielding large numbers of their better ships, narratively speaking. I mean, it does actually kind of work out that way in gameplay as well, but that's interesting. Let's see. Defense beams. Okay, so those are those even longer range, or no, those are the closer range beams, but the higher rate of fire. Flux wave 1, heavy particle cannons 5. So this is more of a cannon ship. Oh, this has a wormhole device, narrowband ECM, and a targeting computer jammer. Interesting. Strategic bomber cruiser. Heavy stealth bomber. Okay, so you've got local ECM 3. Okay, so going a little more stealthy than what you typically see for the UGTO. 3 MIRV bombs, extended range lasers, and a flux wave. Phalanx cruiser, Vice Admiral, Gold Combat, Silver Support. No ECM or ECCM. Flux wave 1, extended range lasers 7. Lots of point defense there. Heavy chemical lasers 2, flux beams 3. I'm not sure what the flux beams are. And I don't have anything I can pull. Standard chemical lasers 2. Interesting. Battle cruiser, Vice Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat. Flux wave 1. Oh, narrowband ECCM. The higher rate of fire point defense beams, heavy particle cannons 5, and torpedoes 9. Ooh. That's got quite a bit of firepower. Okay, so the cannons at that medium. I don't really want to say long range because like the ICCs will outrange them. Proton torpedo, but then the torpedoes, it's got 9 of those, so it can definitely pack a punch. Standard armor 9. So you got the assault carrier, Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, and Gold Support. Narrowband ECCM, Flux Wave 1, Extended Range Lasers 3, I-19 Squadrons 4, and then Proton Torpedoes. So unlike the ICC, the UGTO's carrier is a little bit more capable of direct combat, whereas the ICC want to just hide and or stay as far away from combat as they can. The UGTOs can actually, or at least this one, can actually engage. Granted, on cruiser level, 6 proton torpedoes is not a lot. The other cruisers have a lot more, but it can at least fight if it gets engaged at closer ranges. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's a cruiser. Marshall. Okay, so this is going to be like the ICC strike cruiser. Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Platinum Combat, Platinum Support. Okay. No ECM or ECCM, Extended Range Laser. EMP Mines 3, Heavy Chemical Lasers 2, Proton Torpedoes 9, Flux Wave 1, Flux Beam 2, Standard Chemical Lasers 2. Interesting, but I'm not sure what the big deal about this ship to make it a Marshall level is. Unless it's just the mines? But then I'm not an expert on the UGTO, so I could be missing something. Alright, and then we move on to the dreadnoughts. You got the Lance Dreadnought at Captain, no badges required, so this is kind of their equivalent to the Combat Dreadnought. Extended range lasers 4, flux wave 1, standard chemical lasers 6, heavy chemical lasers 4, and flux beams 6. So this is, yeah, definitely short range, get up close, and just burn the enemy to the ground with your lasers. Torpedo Dreadnought, Captain, Silver Navigator, Gold Combat, Extended Range Lasers 4, Flux Waves 1, Proton Torpedoes 12, Quantum Singularity Torpedoes 4. Okay, that's interesting, because that destroyer that I thought... Oh yeah, there we go. Quantum Singularity Torpedoes 1. Okay, so yeah. That is... Okay, so this is definitely the equivalent to the ICC's torpedo cruiser, or sorry, torpedo dreadnought. Auxiliary dreadnought, we got First Rear Admiral, Silver Navigator, Silver Engineer, Silver Combat, Silver Transport, Silver Bomber, Silver Support. Local ECM, Raptor Missiles 10, Extended Range Lasers 5, and then a flux wave. So yeah, this is kind of like the ICC's missile dread. Let's see, battle dreadnought, second rear admiral, gold engineer, gold combat, super heavy gunship. Okay, extended range lasers 4, flux waves 1, heavy particle cannons 11, and heavy proton cannons 2. I suspect those proton cannons are something like the ICC's ion cannons. Carrier Dreadnought, second rear admiral, bronze navigator, bronze engineer, silver combat, bronze transport, bronze bomber, bronze support. And then 8 I-19 squadrons, extended range lasers 5, and a flux wave. Oh, here we go, narrowband ECCM2. So it's more, again, looking for the things that are hiding than directly in, or in hiding itself like the ICC tend to do. Bombardment Dreadnought, First Rear Admiral, and Gold Bomber. Neutron bombs 7. It's a lot of those. Neutron bombs are interesting in that they are not meant for destroying buildings. They're meant for taking out the people and dropping the planet's population rather than taking out the facilities, and then you can capture the planet and use the said facilities. Let's see, extended range lasers 5 and a flux wave. Oh, interesting. What? Oh, is this going to be a carrier hybrid? I hate carrier hybrids. It's such a... Or at least the concept of them. I guess they can work in games if you want them to, but... Grand Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, Silver Transport, Gold Support, Local ECM 1, Raptor Missiles 8, Extended Range Lasers 6, Flux Waves 1, and then it carries 6 A-34 squadrons. Okay. Well, I guess when I think artillery, I think cannons, but I guess the idea behind the artillery is the long-range missiles. So, okay. That kind of makes sense for a carrier that, you know, you have the strike craft also carry the missiles. The thing I dislike is the carrier battleship hybrids where it's like, oh, we're going to put battleship guns on it and also make it a carrier. I'm not a fan of that concept, but Sci-Fi likes to do it a lot. Okay. The Agincourt Supercarrier. Marshall, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Support. A-34 squadrons, 12. That's a lot of those. Extended range lasers, 6. Interesting. Narrow band ECCM, 2. That's a lot of squadrons there. 12 squadrons. That is a lot. I don't think the ICC has... I'm trying to think. Remember, I don't... Could be wrong, but I don't think the ICC carriers have that many squadrons. Actually, the artillery cruiser... Artillery carriers only got 6. The carrier dreadnoughts got 8. So the super carrier's got a... Yeah, I think 12 is a lot for carrier. Bastion dreadnought, fleet admiral, gold navigator, gold engineer, gold combat, gold transport, silver bomber, gold support. And we are looking at narrowband ECCM, extended range lasers 4, flux wave 1, proton torpedoes 16, quantum singularity torpedoes 2, heavy, okay, that's new. And hold on. Okay, yeah. So that's interesting. The ICC only has one dreadnought that has the ion cannons, but the UGTO's equivalent, they've got another dreadnought that carries those as well, but it's instead of 2, it's got 1. Quantum singularity torpedoes 2, proton torpedoes 16, the postern cannon 1, and heavy particle cannons 8. Interesting. So it's kind of a cannon torpedo mix. That's always fun. Then you've got the command dreadnought, fleet admiral, gold engineer, silver combat, silver bomber, gold support. Narrow band ECCM. You are uplink. Interesting. Some items that you don't typically see added to ships. That's capital command unit. Uses advanced electric command systems to enhance friendly systems. Equipped with torpedoes for attacking at close range. Okay, so this is kind of a... Interesting. Oh, it's got a build drone. Okay, so it's kind of like some of those ICC more advanced dreadnoughts that the ICC has. Extended range lasers 4, proton torpedoes 17, quantum singularity torpedoes 2, and a flux wave. Okay. So a torpedo boat with some extra stuff on. Oh, and it's got a wormhole device. Okay. That makes sense for a higher level dreadnought. The ICC has the same thing. Their higher level dreadnoughts have got the wormhole device and builder drones as well. Halberd dreadnought, Grand Admiral, gold navigator, silver engineer, gold combat, silver transport, silver support. And we've got pretty standard systems, but we got extended range lasers 4, flux waves 1, proton torpedoes 12, quantum singularity torpedoes 4, heavy chemical lasers 4, flux beams 4, standard chemical lasers 4. So this is definitely... It's a torpedo boat that's complemented with some lasers, definitely a close range. But then the UGTO, they like their close range knife fights. Then you've got the Citadel Dreadnought, Marshal, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport. It also has an E-Wars uplink. Damage Coordination Center, interesting. Wormhole device. Narrowband ECCM. Extended range lasers 4, heavy particle cannons 14, so more of a cannon ship. And then a flux wave. Then you've got the Elite Assault Dreadnought. Ooh, this takes a lot to get into. Chief Marshal, Silver Privateer, Platinum Navigator, Platinum Engineer, Platinum Combat, Platinum Transport, Platinum Bomber, and Platinum Support. We pretty much have to be Platinum everything except for that Privateer, and then Privateer is the one that I'm not sure what you do to get that one. Let's see. Systems are pretty standard. Nothing out of the ordinary there, but Fluxwave 1, extended range lasers 11. Ooh, that's a lot of extended range lasers. Heavy chemical lasers 6, flux beams 4, quantum singularity torpedoes 4, and proton torpedoes 8. So it's a laser boat or a laser torpedo boat. That is a lot of extended range lasers. Oh boy. Okay, transports. Okay, they've actually got... Did I forget to go through the transports for the ICC? I think I forgot to go through the transports for the ICC. But, transports are pretty standard. Transports, the idea behind them is you can put troops on them for planetary invasions. You can put resources on them and then ferry them from planet to planet. For example, like take resources from one planet that's got a lot of them and then take them to another planet that doesn't have a lot of them. Resources are used for, let's see, I can demonstrate this here. Okay, come on. Resources, planets need resources to spawn ships there. They also need technology points, but that's more about the buildings that are on the planet. So if you want to spawn a ship from a planet, but the planet doesn't have enough resources, you could potentially bring in the resources from somewhere else. That's a use that you can use the transports for. You can use a lot of ships, pretty much any ship for that, because all ships have got cargo holds, but the transports have got large cargo holds. Yeah, bringing in cargo or bringing in troops is kind of the idea behind the transports. Yeah, they don't really have much for weaponry. They got point defense lasers, they'll carry bombs for bombing a planet, partly in support of the troops that they're landing. So land the troops and you can bomb enemy facilities or enemy troop positions. Then you've got the extractor. The ICC have the same thing. It's got large cargo bays. It's got mining beams, a lot more mining beams than you'll typically see on the engineer ships. ICC it's pretty much the same thing. Let's see. Then you go to the engineers, and very much like the engineers, you've got you're going from small to large. Point defense, mining beams, building drones, and again, like I said with the ICC, same thing. Setting up forward operating bases, defense platforms, sensor platforms, and resupply. Same thing, pretty standard for there, and they just get larger. They can carry more supplies. They've got more building drones, more mining beams as you go up in size. The garrison engineer, second lieutenant, no badges needed. Heavy engineer, captain, silver engineer, and then the state engineer, fleet admiral, platinum engineer. And then again, supply ships is pretty much the same thing. From your small one to your big ones. First lieutenant, no badges needed. Second, rear admiral, bronze support, and then grand admiral, platinum support. And again, the idea is you're going to go out with the fleet. You're going to provide resupply and repair for the fleet on the move. That's actually a good way to put it. Think about underway replenishment. Although the funny thing is, unlike underway replenishment during World War II and the modern day, you're providing underway replenishment during combat because you can resupply ammo and repair ships while active combat's going on. But it's a game. Is that very realistic in real life? Not really. But hey, game, like I said. Then you got the UGTO stations. Fleet Admiral for the support station, Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Platinum Support, Hypermass accelerator one. I'm not sure what that is, but I've never been able to get. I don't have any stations available even on my main account. So this is support one. Wormhole scanner, standard armor, auxiliary reactor, narrowband, ECCCM. 8 of those. Oof, that's gonna pretty much reveal any ECM stealth ship. Repair field for repairing ships that are near you. Extended range lasers 18, heavy chemical lasers 8, and then flux waves. So it's pretty much just close range defense if somebody tries to engage it. It's more about providing the ECCM and the resupply and repair. And then you've got the battle station, Grand Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Support, Platinum Combat, Platinum Bomber. Let's see, you've got wormhole control, damage control, no ECM or ECCM, Flux Wave 1, extended range laser 6, quantum singularity torpedoes 8, heavy chemical lasers 8, and the Trebuchet siege missiles, 10 of those, so a bit more long range, kind of like the ICC's combat station. Then you've got the command station, Marshal, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Bronze Privateer, Gold Support, Platinum Navigator, Platinum Engineer, Wormhole Device, Builder Drones, Scanners, Damage Control, Narrowband, ECCM, 4 of those. Oh, it's got a mining beam. Okay, cool. Mining HQ. I wonder if it has an ability to boost nearby miners' yields or something. A-34 squadrons, 8 of those. Extended range lasers 6, heavy chemical lasers 8, and a flux wave. So again, it's kind of like the ICC's version. What if the ICC version had mining beams and stuff too, and I just missed it? I might have. Alright, so that is the UGTO. Alright, well, we'll back out of that. We'll give it 2 to 3 minutes, and we'll take a look at the Caluth. And as you can see, the UGTO compared to the ICC prefer their close range, while the ICC kind of prefer long range. I haven't, now that I think about it, I haven't really fought UGTO for a while, but you can see from the map kind of why the UGTO AI has not been doing very well, which I find interesting because the UGTO and the Caluth play styles are very, or maybe that's why, maybe they're too similar. They're very similar because the Caluth also kind of like their up and close, personal, in the face, and lots of armor, and they don't have shielding. It is very interesting. It could be that one of the reasons that the UGTO not doing so well is because not a lot of players are playing UGTO and more players are playing ICC and Caluth. Although I do find that interesting because I haven't really seen players playing Caluth, but I have been seeing a lot of players playing ICC. That said, the Caluth are the Caluth AI, if there aren't Caluth players getting on and helping the war effort for the Caluth, and the Caluth AI is doing a lot better job than the UGTO AI, which that's very interesting. But I do find it interesting that the UGTO are not doing as well because the UGTO, back in the day when I did fight them, they, despite them being, short range and no shields and relying more on a lot of heavy armor, the UGTO are definitely not something that you want to underestimate. If the UGTO gets within range of you, they will eat through your shields and armor very, very quickly. And while it's not a direct damage weapon, if they start pulling out those EMP cannons, that is not a fun day. You do not want to let them get within range of those EMP cannons because they can really mess up your ship systems and leave you vulnerable to more direct attacks. So the UGTO are definitely not weak. They are very powerful. So I am intrigued by the fact that they're not doing very well on the map. All right. Well, we'll give it one. We'll give it a try here. See if we can get into the Caluth and take a look at the Caluth faction and see what kind of equipment they get. Okay, come on. Don't make me jump through hoops for this again. Ah, there we go. But yeah, it's also interesting, although while the UGTO cannons don't need to be rearmed with ammo because they're an energy base, they really like to use and of course lasers don't need to be resupplied with ammo. They really like to use a lot of torpedoes. So I wonder, I'd have to play them to know for sure, but I wonder how much they go back for resupply compared to the ICC ships. All right, so Caluth. These are the alien faction. The alien Caluth refugees of an attack on their wait, I thought they were from the same galaxy. I didn't think they were extra galactic. Last time I read the lore on the website about them, it didn't say that. Anyway, their galaxy are fighting the humans for habitable space. So yeah, that's the background lore on that, though they don't say it here. There's another faction in the game. It's not a playable faction. Information you'll find out about it online says that they've never been seen in game, but that's not actually true. They have been seen in game. The players have fought them, but they can only be shown. They've only shown up a couple times as like special events. Anyway, the other faction is referred to as the MI. The MI are a artificial intelligence robot faction. The lore in the game is that the Caluth homeworld was attacked by the MI. The MI destroyed it, and the Caluth have kind of been nomadic space dwellers ever since then. And then the Caluth kind of stumbled into human space, and them and the humans have been fighting for territory ever since. All right, so take a look here at the Caluth. The Caluth are a little bit better off than the UGTO, but they're not a whole lot better off than the UGTO. I do know that recently, in the last week, ICC players have been getting on and playing, and the Caluth territory that they had here in the center area, they got pushed out of. I was actually part of some of those pushes and helped take some of the star systems from the Caluth as the ICC. So one of the reasons they're not doing so well, I know for certain, is because the ICC players have been pushing their territory back. All right, so let's take a look at the crabs. I'm not sure if they're actually supposed to be crabs, but a lot of people think their ships look like some like crustaceans. So a lot of people refer to them, at least the people I hang out with, refer to them as kind of crabs. Or crabs or lobsters. Okay, so here we go. They are not quite classified the same, like corvettes, cruisers, battleships, so on and so forth. So we've got the antenna, which is a midshipman. It's got ECM 7 and a cloaking device 1 and a force disruptor. You know what? We're gonna launch this one. It's probably their point defense lasers type thing. Actually, hold on, we'll pull something else. But so it's kind of a stealth boat. Either that much ECM should help
Oh, 7. That's a lot. Definitely help hide. The Kaluth are definitely hiding, but they've got a special thing. They've got that cloaking device that the other factions don't have. And then we've got the extruder that's got a bio bomb on it, rapid cycle disruptor, and a psi-focused disruptor. Okay. Then you've got the Wasp. AM torpedoes, 8 psi-focused disruptor, 2 ECMs, cloaking device. You've got the Flea, midshipman, 5 disruptors, ELF beam, and psi-focused disruptor. No ECCM, but it does have that, or ECM or ECCM, but it's got the cloaking device. So you got the Talon with 2 ECMs, cloaking device, heavy psionic. I mean, I know that the Kaluth use bioships, but I don't remember reading anything about the Kaluth having psionic abilities. Or hold on. No, maybe they do. I think they are supposed to be a hive mind, at least. I don't think that they're a hive mind as in the FTL type of hive mind where like the hive mind can like communicate with itself across, the vast distances of space in real time. I think they're more of a local hive mind, if I remember correctly. So maybe they use psionic weapons. Psionic weapons are a bit weird in my opinion, but anyway. Psi-focused disruptors and a psi cannon. Okay. Interesting. Light patrol corvette. Might be a little tricky to figure out because these are alien ships. The actual equivalents to the traditional ship roles like scouts, corvettes, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, carriers, and things. Well, carriers is a fairly easy one, but okay. Let's see. Frigates, you've got the Beak, Ensign, Bronze Navigator. Interesting that their thing is not a tachyon drive, it's a PSI drive. Okay. Oh, no, that's its engines. It's got an antimatter jump drive. Okay, so they use antimatter instead of tachyons. Organic armor, auxiliary, okay, ECMs, cloaking device, psi-focused disruptors 1, heavy psionic cannons 4, and a psi cannons 2. Okay, can't pull that one. Okay. Second lieutenant for the Instars. Bronze navigator. Okay, ECM 3 and the cloaking device. I'm not sure. Well, I guess the ECM you can have turned on all the time. The cloaking device does have a certain time period they can stay active. Psi-focused disruptor 1 and AM mine, so that's the mine layer. Then you've got the Leech, midshipman, bronze combat. Okay. Cloaking device, no E-Wars. Psi-focused disruptor, ELF beams 2, and a disruptor 6. I'm gonna pull this one because those ELF beams, if I remember correctly, seems to like to do that to you when you first try to pull a ship after switching factions. Okay. It's got an interesting look to it. Kind of like an organic. I was gonna say Klingon, but now that I'm looking at it more, I almost feel like it's got Romulan. Maybe a Romulan type, I was gonna say aesthetics, but more like it was inspired by like some of the Romulan ships, maybe? Romulan or Klingon inspirations, I feel, almost, with those wings on there. But let's take a look at this stuff. So you've got this disruptor. Its max range is 210 GUs. 8-second recharge. Let's see if that's not point defense. Okay. Okay, I needed to set a target for that. Okay, so it's a beam weapon. Pretty high damage, 4,000 to 12,000. Then the ELF beam. That's recharge time 16 seconds, energy cost. Max range 240. Yeah, the clues are very close range. Even it seems like closer range than UGTO in many cases. Okay, so it's more like your regular laser. Okay. And then you got Psi-Focus Disruptor. Okay, yeah. Disruptor. You swap these things out for stuff? No. Although that does kind of make sense with them being bioships. It's probably wouldn't necessarily be able to swap stuff out on a well, I mean it kind of depends on how you want to go about it. But if you're growing the ship, it might be harder to swap out components on the fly. So it does not look like okay. Organic armor. Refit with chitin armor. Refit with dusk armor. So you can swap out the armor that you're using with the Caluth. Let's see, what's the difference here? So, organic armor, health. Okay, so a hard calcium reinforced, whatever that word is, layer that protects the soft, juicy insides. Ugh. Not as sturdy as human armor, but can heal on its own without external repairs. Okay, so and the chitin armor, chitinous armor is far more solid and sturdy than standard organic armor, but it's also much heavier and not as stealthy. Okay, so if you run that, it hurts your ability to stealth, and it might decrease your speed since it's specifically mentioning the weight. Then you got the dusk armor. Composite material absorbs emissions and makes the ship harder to detect, but is quite fragile. So you're going to lose HP with the dusk armor, but it's going to make you a stealthier ship. Okay. And so then the cloaking device. Oh, so cloaking device gets the hotkey V, which the ICC and the UGTO get for their pulse defense weapon. So they don't get the equivalent to the pulse defense weapon, but they get to hide. Now, for the ICC and UGTO players, when the Caluth goes invisible, they just completely vanish. But if you're playing Caluth, you just kind of go transparent like, so you can still see your ship when you're maneuvering about. Okay. Time to cloak, it takes 6 seconds to cloak. Time to decloak takes you 0.8 seconds. Time cloaked is 45 seconds. Interesting. I do know that back in the day, that 45-second cloak timer was changed. Back in the day, it was actually unlimited. Energy costs 0.6 per second. But there was a balance change made, and they made it 45 seconds. I am curious to know if larger ships can stay cloaked longer, or if it's 45 seconds across the board. What's the recharge time on that? Time to cloak 6 seconds. Is that how long it takes to cloak, or is that how long it takes to recharge? 6 seconds and you can do it again. Interesting. We'll look into that a little bit more later. We got more ships to go through. All right. Although I think the Caluth might have maybe fewer ships. Oh, it's hard to say. All right. So next up we have the Nymph again. Kind of a Klingon Romulan inspiration there. Psi-focus disruptor, and then 11 torpedoes. Let's pull this one and take a look at those torpedoes, how they compare to the UGTO and ICC. So you've got fewer torpedoes in the UGTO, and I think fewer torpedoes than the ICC. Your max range is 400 GU. Your damage is 630 to 4,410. Area damage. Interesting, your area damage is a lot higher than your direct damage. And again, 45 seconds on that cloak. Can you swap these out for anything? Yeah, you can refit them with the ELF torpedoes. Oh, interesting. This weapon incorporates energy leaching field technology into a torpedo payload, which will drain energy from the target ship and return it to yours. Ooh. Oh, that's actually quite spicy. And then you've got the telekinetic torpedo. Projects a massive telekinetic field upon impact. Not quite as powerful as conventional explosives, but holds together for a greater distance. Oh, okay. Let's see what this does. Okay, so that goes and kind of matches the ICC's range. So that kind of matches the ICC's fusion torpedo range. I suspect the damage is less than the fusion torpedo, but you get 75 of them. That's a lot. Okay, that's very interesting. Again, know your enemy type of thing. And I never, actually, I don't think I ever tried playing the Caluth. So this is an interesting experience. Let's see. I have no idea how you're supposed to say that. Okay, it's a bomber. You've got 2 bombs and you got point defense. Okay. And 2 ECMs, cloak. You kind of get the picture. We've looked at the bombers before. This is interesting. Veil. Oh, I've been forgetting to go through the ranks. Sorry about that. Ensign, bronze navigator. Second for the beak. The Instars is a second lieutenant, bronze navigator. The Leech is a midshipman, bronze combat. Nymph is a midshipman, no badges needed. Whatever that is. Ensign, no badges needed. The Veil, second lieutenant, bronze support. Interesting. Electronic warfare ship. It's got 8 ECCMs. It specifically mentions in the description that it can be equipped with ECCM. With that much ECM, that's more than any of the other ones. Well, except for that one specialty ship that's got like 4 and 4 of 2 different types. I would almost suggest, since you've got the cloak and you've got 8 ECMs, swapping out some of the ECM for ECCM so you can do both. And act as an an actual E-warship, considering that this thing's only got 2 point defense guns. That's pretty much, yeah, you pretty much have to operate as a dedicated E-warship, giving your fleet stealth capability or extra stealth capability on top of the cloak, and and also ECCM abilities. Then you've got the aphid, mines and beams. Okay. No ECM or ECCM, but you've got the, the cloaking. You've got the Klein? Kinetic bomb and point defense. So again, a bomber it looks like. Oh, ECM 7, so very stealthy. So yeah, you can sit in orbit, be very stealthy, and not really have to, you can hide from thing. Okay, oops. The aphid was a captain, silver combat, silver support. The Kling is a second rear admiral, bronze navigator, bronze bomber. Then you get the Hornet, captain, silver combat. ECM 2, automated hull repair. Oh, that's nice. Did any of the others have that? Does that just... Yeah, that comes standard. It looks like with the IC, or sorry, not IC, for the Kaluth. But that's probably the subsystem that allows their armor to regenerate without having to be near a place that can do that for you. Okay. So Psi Disruptor, that's the point there, point defense, heavy psionic cannons, and AM torpedoes 6, antimatter torpedoes. Then they've got the Lamprey, Commander, Silver Navigator, Silver Combat. No ECM or ECCM. Disruptor, ELF beams 2, antimatter torpedoes 8, disruptors 2, assault disruptors 1. So kind of a torpedo beam ship, but definitely leaning more towards the torpedoes than beam. Then you got the Mosquito, second rear admiral, silver navigator, bronze engineer, silver combat. Again, no ECM or ECCM, but single point defense, ELF beams 2, psionic missiles 5, and disruptors 4. Okay. I think that might be the first missile ship we've seen so far. Then you've got the Viper at Commander and Silver Support. That Psi-Focus Disruptor and the heavy psionic cannons. Okay. Again, cannons. It's not those... Cannons are not something we see very often on the Kaluthi ships, it seems. It seems like they prefer torpedoes and beams. ECM's 7, again, so that makes them very stealthy. Which is interesting. I don't really see the AI using the ECM very much, but because of that heavy ECM, the Kaluth ECM suites are actually a lot better than the ICC or the UGTO's ECM suites, which is very interesting. So even without that, even without using their cloaking fields, they can be extremely stealthy. Very interesting. Then you've got the Mauler, Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Gold Support, Platinum Combat. ECM's 5, so not quite as stealthy as some of those other ones, but that's still really stealthy. The Disruptor, Heavy Psionic Cannons 4, again, another cannon boat, nice. And then 8 antimatter torpedoes. So a torpedo boat with some cannon thrown in there. I think that gives them what, 2? Did I see any other psionic cannons in the frigate? Okay, the Beak has 4 psionic cannons. I guess the Hornet also has 4 psionic cannons. So that's 2. Okay, so they got 4 out of all their frigates that have psionic cannons. I wish I could pull one so I could see what the range of their cannons compared to the ICC and UGTO cannons is, but I don't have that ability. Okay, so in destroyers, they've got the Drainer, and given its name, I suspect it's probably got weapons that drain energy. Let's see, no ECM or ECCM. They've got the Assault Disruptor, Disruptors, 6 of them, Psi-Focus Disruptors 2, and ELF Beams. Let's see, there was one of these that had an ELF Beam. Yeah, I think I forgot to read the description for the ELF Beam. Yeah, that's what I thought. ELF beam drains energy from the target's ships. Okay, so you're draining the capacitor on the ships that you're attacking with that, which is an interesting roundabout way to go about the attack, because that you drain their capacitors empty, and they're going to have difficulty combating you. They're going to have to retreat and refill their capacitors. All right. So yeah, the drainer has got a bunch of those. Focuses on that. Interesting tactic. Not sure how well it works. Again, a lot of the time I fight the Cluth, it's AI these days. I'm having a hard time remembering exactly what it was like years ago. So, but that could be a very interesting tactic to be used by players. I don't think the AI can properly utilize it, but players could definitely make that a very interesting play style. Okay, so then you've got the... Oh, I have no idea how you say that. Lieutenant Commander Kaliax? Anyway, Lieutenant Commander, Bronze Navigator, Bronze Bomber. Yeah, this is a bomber. Disruptors and bombs, kinetic bombs. So unlike some of the other factions where typically their bombers have to retreat, you actually have a little bit more direct combat capability with that. Then you got the Proxima Lieutenant Commander, Silver Combat, Bronze Support. You've got the Cloaking Device, no ECM or ECCM. Oh, it's mines, antimatter mines, Psi-Focus Disruptors 2 and Disruptors 4. Then you've got the Ratchus, First Lieutenant, Silver Combat. Again, no E-Wars, but antimatter torpedoes 8, Psi-Focus Disruptors 2, Neutronium Torpedoes 2, and Disruptors 2. Okay, I haven't seen the Neutronium Torpedoes before, so that might be the equivalent to the ICC variance torpedo, and then that other torpedo the UGTO gets. Okay, so then you get the shell. Interesting. I don't see these ships pulled by the AI very often. It almost feels like the AI doesn't like pulling destroyers. Okay, you get a second lieutenant. No badges needed. Heavy psionic cannons 5, psionic focus disruptors 2, psion cannons 2, disruptors 2. And I can actually pull this one, and this is kind of the... No, this is a destroyer. Anyway, so let's see. This is more of a gunship, and I'm very curious. Okay, so you got the wings from that other destroyer, but you got the like weird hammerhead design on it. Okay. Okay, so these are, again, unlike, kind of like the UGTO, these are cannons that don't need ammo. So, again, it seems like the ICC need to use ammo a lot more than the other two factions. So, Psi cannons range at the 800 GU, so they're shorter range than even the ICC's cannons. Or sorry, not ICC. The ICC have got the longest range cannons. The UGTO cannons outrange the Cluth cannons. I'm not sure damage rates and rates of fire. Although their damage doesn't seem to be as high, but their rate of fires, well, that's 6 seconds. It's a slower rate of fire than the railgun by a higher rate of fire than the Gauss gun. Heavy psionic, still 800 GU. The damage definitely goes up, although there's a big variant in the max damage. I'm curious if that means like damage at 2,160s if one projectile hits and 15,120s if like all of them hit. I'm not sure how those numbers are calculated, or if like that it's possible that's range dependent. Let's see. Heavy psionic cannon fires concentrated psionic energy, notable in the visible light spectrum. Noticeable in the visible light spectrum. Okay. Oh. Okay. Interesting. All right. So, what can you swap those out with? You can swap them out with heavy plasma cannons. Okay, the heavy plasma cannon is a close to medium range weapon that collapses antimatter to create devastating bolts of plasma that will burn through your target's hull on impact. Okay, let's see how that compares. So that's got a 10-second or 10.8 second recharge and a 640 galactic unit range, but much higher damage. It's kind of like the reverse of the Gauss gun. It's got a similar reload time to the Gauss gun, but instead of the long range that the ICC has, it's got a short range. Oh. Okay, so it's kind of got an effect of these yellow bolts that go out. Okay, I was right. The bigger the ship gets, the longer it can cloak. So the frigates can cloak for 45 seconds. Destroyers can cloak for 60 seconds. Okay, interesting. Makes me wonder how long the dreadnoughts can cloak for. All right, where's that shipyard? All right, there's the shipyard. We're cloaking, docking. Okay, so Kaluth, again, we're just looking at their weapons, very close range, but that kind of makes sense with the gameplay style of the Kaluth. Really, the idea of the Kaluth is that you use your E-Wars and your cloaking to get close to the target and then smack them. They're even more of a submarine type feel to them than the ICC or well, pretty much, yeah, it would be the ICC because the ICC uses ECM more than the UGTO does. So some of the ICC ships kind of felt like you were trying to do a little submarine style like gameplay, be stealthy, get close, fire torpedoes type of thing. The Kaluth feel even more like that than even the ICC. And again, that's well, the ICC tend to do that more than the UGTO does. The ICC are also way more focused on longer range engagements than that. They've just got a few ships that are kind of like that close range, sneak up, fire, run away type play. But the Kaluth seem to specialize in it, and probably the long range or brawling setup is more of a anomaly for them, unlike compared to the others. Anyway, so that was the Shell. Then you've got the Stinger, which is First Lieutenant Silver Navigator. Again, no E-Wars. Psionic missiles. Psi-focused disruptors, shredder missiles, and disruptors. Again, I can't really pull it to take a look at those missiles, but okay, this is a Kaluthi missile boat. Achin, Vice Admiral, Gold Navigator, Silver Combat, Silver Support. You're looking at 5 disruptors. They're their point defense disruptor beams, 3 antimatter mine launchers, and ELF beams. So it's kind of in that mine laying category with the capability of fighting in other ways. Then you've got the Claw, second Rear Admiral, Gold Navigator, Silver Combat, antimatter torpedoes 8, point defense beams 2, disruptors 10. So kind of a beam torpedo combination. Dragonfly, second Rear Admiral, Silver Engineer, Silver Transport, Silver Support. Cloaking devices 1, auxiliary. Oh, wait, yeah. Pretty much the basic stuff there. No E-Wars. Heavy psionic cannons 5, psionic focus disruptors point defense 2, psionic missiles 6, and disruptors 2. So this is a cannon missile combination. Neophyte, first Rear Admiral, Gold Combat. You know, I wonder if one of the reasons I don't see the AI pull these is because the AI is I wonder if the AI has something to do with their ability to pull things has something to do with the NPC's ranks, and the NPCs don't get the badges that players do. That's very interesting. I wonder how that system works. That's a kind of a back-end thing, so I would never find out. But I don't typically see these things get pulled by the NPCs. Again, no E-Wars, heavy psionic cannons 4. So we got another cannon ship, antimatter torpedoes, disruptors, neutronium torpedo. Okay, so that's like their specialty torpedo, it looks like, and disruptors. And that makes sense. It's a first Rear Admiral, so it's got more specialty weapon. Then you get the Roach, Vice Admiral, Silver Combat, Silver Bomber. Okay, 7 antimatter torpedoes, focus disruptors, neutronium torpedoes. Oh, okay, we're talking specialty torpedo again. Kinetic bombs too. So this is a bomber that's able to fight instead of having to run away type of thing again. Then the Thistle, first Rear Admiral, Silver Combat, Bronze Support, Assault Disruptor, Disruptor 7, and then the point defense. A lot of point defense, 6 point defense. So this is kind of your escort ship type of thing, or a version of it. The first Rear Admiral, I'm kind of curious. No, not that one. Nope, not that one either. Do they not have one for a lower rank that's kind of an escort ship? That's interesting. Then you've got the Ravager, Grand Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Platinum Combat, and Platinum Support. Again, no E-Wars, but heavy psionic cannons 2, Psi-focus disruptors 2. Oh, that's a point defense. Okay. Antimatter torpedoes 4, assault disruptors 2, disruptors 4, stellar stellar incinerator. Interesting. I haven't seen that one before. I wanted to have some sort of special beam weapon, and then the neutronium torpedoes. Okay. So it's got a little bit of everything. It's got cannons, it's got beams, it's got torpedoes. Kind of a jack of all trades, it looks like. Interesting. So it's got a lot of different ways it can kill you. So then we get to the cruiser. Cataphil? Interesting. Commander, Silver Bomber. This is going to be their bomber cruiser, isn't it? Okay, 4, yeah. Point defense 4, kinetic bombs 4. Then you've got the cluster. Captain, Gold Navigator, Bronze Transport. The cruiser's got like a very straightforward hull design. That's very interesting. I see a lot of cruisers get pulled by the AI. Let's see. Rapid cycle disruptors. Must be a type of point defense. And then Tarsus Horde 4. Okay, so it's a Kaluthi Strikecraft, 4 of those. Okay. So point defense and Strikecraft, your typical carrier setup. ECM-1 cloaking device. AI have a bad habit of pulling these things at point blank range when they really shouldn't. Mirage, Lieutenant Commander, badge is none, so easy to get. Rapid Cycle Disruptors 4. Huh. Heavy Electronic Warfare Ship, okay. Local ECM 4. Narrow Band ECM 3. Okay, yeah, definitely E-War. But it's kind of interesting that it's like the first, it's literally the first cruiser you're going to get. It's an E-War ship, and it doesn't have any real direct combat capabilities at all. Yeah, it's just got point defense, so your only thing you're doing is yeah, the only thing you're doing is E-Wars. Now, like, these rapid cycle disruptors do have fairly decent damage for, but you've also got very short range, 100 GUs. Now, you could cycle them out with the Psi-Focus disruptor, which has got 400 GUs and a lot more damage. But also it's 20-second recharge time. Oof. That's a very long recharge time for something that you try to use as point defense. Those have got 2-second recharge time, but then again, like I said, it's very short range. But considering its lack of direct combat, swapping out to the other ones with the longer range and more damage might be the better idea, or at least maybe swapping out 2 of them. Regardless, this is not supposed to be a ship that you engage in direct combat with. This is a support ship, definitely. But given the AI's bad ability to use E-Wars properly, that explains why when these things show up, they're never shooting at me. That makes a lot of sense now. Okay, so then you got the Parasite. Commander, Silver Navigator, Silver Combat, Bronze Support. No E-Wars. Point Defense Disruptors, Disruptors 6, Assault Disruptors 2, and ELF Beams 4. Again, I feel like this is more of a beam, point defense slash beam. Well, it is a point defense slash beam attack ship. Very close range. Then you get the Scale. Oh, another different hull design for that one. Lieutenant Commander, Silver Combat. Rapid Cycle Disruptors 3, Heavy Psionic Cannon 7, and Psion Cannon 2. So this is a cannon ship. But then again, the thing to remember is the Kaluth cannons are a lot shorter range than the human cannons. Let's see. Then you've got the Stalker. Local ECM 1. I forgot. I'll have to pull that in a second. Then Rapid Cycle Disruptors 3, Neutron Torpedoes 2, and Antimatter Torpedoes 8. Interesting. Okay. Torpedo boat then. Let's pull the Mirage again quick. Interesting. The AI are mining. Okay. What is the... Okay, so the cruisers get a 75-second cloak time. Okay. Yeah, so the cloak time is definitely going up. All right. Then you've got the clavet. Okay. Admiral, gold bomber, gold support. Biobombs 3, rapid cycle disruptors 3. So yeah, it's a dedicated bomber. Exoset, I think. Fleet Admiral and Gold Combat. Rapid cycling disruptors 3, heavy psionic cannons 7, and psionic missiles 7. So a cannon missile hybrid. Okay. I'm kind of curious to know what their missile range is compared to the UGTO and ICC, but I can't pull a missile ship with this account to see until I get this account higher up. And then you've got the Naga, Vice Admiral, Gold Combat, Silver Support. Oh, I forgot to look. The Exoset does have ECM 1. The Naga has ECM of 3, narrowband ECM of 2, and rapid cycle disruptors 3, and heavy psionic cannons 6. So it's a cannon boat with the stealth capabilities. I think I have seen these things come out and annoy me because I'm always a little surprised at their range, because the cannons kind of slot a kind of in between slot for the Caluth, because their torpedoes and beams tend to be shorter range, and then they got like missiles for longer range, and then when the cannon ships show up, they show up so rarely on the AI that you get caught by surprise by them. Because you think you're at a safe distance, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm not at a safe distance, because it's not a beam ship. Okay, then you get the Piercer, rank Admiral, Silver Navigator, Silver Engineer, Silver Combat, Silver Transport, Silver Bomber, and Silver Support. You've got no E-Wars, Rapid Disruptors 3, so point defense, Disruptors 2, ELF Beams 2, and Assault Disruptors 2. Oh, it's got a wormhole device. Okay, there's what it's kind of for. It's their wormhole ship. Okay, then you've got the Scarab, Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, Gold Support. Local ECM 2. AM Mines, Antimatter Mines 4, Rapid Cycle Disruptors 3, Antimatter Torpedoes 8, Neutron Torpedoes 2. Oh, sorry, 1. So, torpedoes and mines is that thing's setup. Then you get the Thorax, Vice Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, no E-Wars, Assault Disruptors 2, ELF Beams 2, Rapid Cycle Disruptors 3, Antimatter Torpedoes 8, Neutron Torpedoes 1, Disruptors 2. So kind of a beam torpedo boat. And then you got the Scythe at rank Marshal, Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Gold Support, Platinum Navigator, and Platinum Combat. Again, this is kind of fits into the same high-ranked specialty cruiser that the ICC and UGTO have. Rapid Cycling Disruptors 3, Neutron Torpedoes 2, Assault Disruptors 2, Antimatter Torpedoes 6, Psionic Missiles 6, Disruptors 4. Oh, okay, so a torpedo missile mix. Okay, that's a little different. But no E-Wars. Okay, so going on to the Dreadnoughts. Okay, so the Krill is a very common one to see. Second, Rear Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, Silver Transport, Gold Support. Local ECM 1. Rapid Cycle Disruptors 4, so 4-point defense. Stellar Incinerators 4, Heavy Psionic Cannons 5. So it's got 4 heavy beam weapons and 5 cannons. Yeah, and these things, when those beams are very powerful. They get in close enough to use those, and they will melt through your hull very quickly if you don't get moving. Let's see, then we got the Mandible, Captain, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, point defense for neutronium torpedoes 6, antimatter torpedoes 10, so it's a torpedo boat. Then you've got the Nightshade Captain, Silver Navigator, Silver Combat, Silver Transport, Silver Support. Ooh, that looks nasty. All those spiky bits on it. No E-Wars. 4-point defense. Assault Disruptor 6, Disruptors 8, and ELF Beams 6. So again, another beam ship. Get up close and very close and essentially melt your face off while stealing your energy with those 6 ELF beams. Then you've got the Scandent. Let's see. Super heavy mine layer, it says. 2 ECMs, rapid cycling disruptors 4, and 10 antimatter mines. Oh, that's a lot of mines. Then you've got the Spiracle, I guess. Not sure what that name's supposed to relate to, but first Rear Admiral, Gold Transport. It's got point defense and it's a carrier. Larva Horde. Larva Horde. 10 of them. Ooh, that's a lot. That is a lot. It's actually more than a lot of other carriers. Except for the UGTO supercarrier has, I think, 2 more squadrons. Alright, now you've got the Cruciform. Second Rear Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Bombers. Gold Bomber, sorry. 1 ECM. Point defense for telekinetic bombs 8. Okay, so it's a bomber. Then you've got the Ganglia. Let's see the AI pull this one every so often. Admiral, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat. Sorry, Gold Engineer. Yeah, Gold Combat, Gold Support. 1 ECM on there. It says it's a long-range gunship, so let's see here. 4-point defense, Stellar Incinerators 2. Heavy psionic cannons 10 and shock missiles 8. So a cannon missile combination. Yeah, that's a lot of cannons for the Kaluthi 10. Yep. Then you've got the Siphon. I hate this thing. The Siphon, Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Support. No E-Wars. 4-point defense, 4 assault disruptors, 5 neutronium torpedoes, 6 disruptors, 4 ELF beams, and 6 antimatter torpedoes. So yeah, this thing's a torpedo beam ship. Melt your face with the beams and blow you up with the antimatter torpedoes and the neutronium torpedoes. I don't like these things getting close. They hurt. They really hurt. Then you've got the Wyvern. Let's see here. Fleet Admiral, Silver Navigator, Gold Combat, Gold Support. If I remember correctly, the AI just do not use this thing properly. 1 ECM, 4-point defense, antimatter mines 8, stellar incinerators 2, and heavy psionic cannons 7. Now it's got good direct. I might be mixing this up with something else, but I know the AI is bad at using the mines, but the stellar incinerator and the heavy psionic cannons are decent offensive capability. Then you've got the Brood Marshal. Well, rank is Marshal, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Gold Support. And it's a, like you would expect from the name, Brood, a carrier. Rapid cycle disruptors 5, so 5-point defense, and larva horde. Larva, yeah, no, larva's right. I thought I said larva, but I said larva. Okay. The horde of 8 squadrons. So, local ECM 1. So, a little bit of stealth there. The Eclipse, Marshal, Gold Navigator, Silver Engineer, Gold Combat, Silver Transport, Silver Bomber, Gold Support. Let's see. Local ECM of 3. Neutronium torpedoes 5. Point defense is 4. Antimatter torpedoes 10. So it's a kind of heavy torpedo ship. I don't think I've seen any wormhole generators on any of the Cluth ships. Cluth might not get that. I might have to double check and make sure I didn't miss it. Let's see, then you got the Harbinger, Grand Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, and Gold Support. Let's see. It gets a build drone, so okay, there we go. Wormhole device. So they do. Okay, so that one's kind of like those higher tier dreadnoughts that have the wormhole device and the build drone. That the other 2 factions got. 4-point defense, assault disruptors 6, disruptors 6, ELF beams 4. So again, a beam ship. It's going to get in close and it's going to try and melt you. Let's see. Then you got the Nemesis, Chief Marshal, Silver Privateer, Platinum Navigator, Platinum Engineer, Platinum Combat, Platinum Transport, Platinum Bomber, Platinum Support. You get pretty much have to max everything out for this thing. Yeah, the systems are pretty much standard, but and no E-Wars, but rapid 4-point defense, assault disruptors 5, disruptors 8, neutronium torpedoes 4, antimatter torpedoes 6, and antimatter mines 6. So kind of a torpedo beam ship with the capability of dropping mines. Then, of course, we got to this. Your transports, again, standard with the other factions. Nothing too fancy here. You've got your carrier, midshipman, point defense. That's about it. Your armored carrier, got a bomb. You got 3-point defense, that one. Your invasion carrier, 2 bombs, 4-point defense. Bigger cargo hold. And then, of course, your extractor. That's your mining ship. Yeah. Then you get your engineer, and again, 3 engineers, just like the other factions. And again, it's really the same thing, except for they got the ability to cloak. And the ranks necessary are the same. Ensign for the first one, Captain, Silver Engineer, then Fleet Admiral and Platinum Engineer. Supply is again the same. The worker, 2-point defense. The advanced worker, 3-point defense, and the ultimate worker, 4-point defense. And again, just stick with the fleet, resupply ammo, repair damage. Okay, and then you got their stations. You've got the Hive, Fleet Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Platinum Support. And I probably, like I suspect, wormhole device, cloaking device. I wonder how long the stations can be cloaked. It's been a long time since I've seen a Cluth station. 6-point defense, assault disruptors 8, rapid cycle disruptors 12. So focusing on close range. Narrowband ECM 8, so it can hide itself pretty well and anything around it. But it's really not going to be much of a threat to anybody unless they decide to get right up next to it with all those disruptors. Let's see, and then it's got The wormhole device. It's pretty much, yeah, I think it's primarily there for the ECM fields and repairing and resupplying ships. Then you've got the Nest, Grand Admiral, Gold Navigator, Gold Engineer, Gold Transport, Gold Support, Platinum Combat. Actually, hold on a second. Let's go back to the Hive. Yeah, Mobile Logistics. That's what I thought. So the Nest is more direct combat. Rapid Cycle Disruptor 6, Assault Disruptors 8, Neutronium Torpedoes 8, and Psywave Seekers 10. So missiles. So it's like the other factions, more combat oriented stations. Let's see. No E-Wars on that one. Then you've got the Colony, which is going to be a Marshal, Gold Navigator, Gold Combat, Gold Transport, Gold Bomber, Bronze Privateer, Gold Support, Platinum Engineer. And with this thing, Narrowband ECM, 4 of those. You got Builder Drones, Wormhole Device, Standard on Stations. Astromex Lab, Propaganda Center, and Advanced Physics Lab. I am not sure what that's for. Yeah, I wonder if that's got something to do with help boosting advanced physics lab. I wonder if that can help boost a planet's tech level. Propaganda Center. I wouldn't be. Makes me wonder if that can help with a planetary what's it called? Loyalty level, so it doesn't rebel. I wonder if that's what that's for. And then Astromech Lab, that could also possibly be for raising the planetary tech level, maybe. Rapid cycle disruptors, so point defense. Larva Horde 8 and Assault Disruptors 8. So there you go for this thing. So that's the Caluth. As you can see, definitely more focused on stealth than the other factions, and a lot closer range than the other factions. But yeah, that has been the Caluth. Hope you've enjoyed this. It has gone on far longer than I had and originally anticipated, but I guess that's how that goes. Next time we do this, I think we'll focus more on using the UGTO and seeing how the UGTO ships function. Hopefully by that point I've managed to level this account up a bit more and got some more badges so we can take a look at more diverse ships. And then maybe after that we'll take a look at the Caluth. But I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I hope you found the information useful if you're interested in playing the game. And maybe we'll see you on the game at some point. But until then, everybody take care. And see you next time.